Δεν πρέπει να ξύνουμε πόδια, πιλούκια. Αυτό κλείνει. Όχι, μένουν μονίμως ανοιχτά. Αυτά έχεις να πεις εσύ?
I believe we're ready to start. Members of the board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that we welcome you to the 5th SNF Conference on Philanthropy. In the 5 years that the conference is taking place, it is the first time that we have ventured outside the Greek capital, finding ourselves in the beautiful Thessaloniki. This year's conference lends itself into a timely and important issue, the Mediterranean in crisis, exploring the wide geographic region which is currently facing enduring and diverse geopolitical challenges under the prism of the Foundation's main program areas. Following the conference, from June 23rd to June 26th, the Foundation presents in Athens the free cultural program Metamorphosis, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center to the world. Arriving at a seminal point for the Foundation's largest grant, as the SNFCC is nearing completion, the Metamorphosis program attempts to provide a glimpse of a hopeful future, a future that is possible and allows us to dream. Following last year's preview, attended by 40,000 guests, the SNFCC, designed by renowned architect Renzo Piano, comes to life and transforms itself into an open and accessible space for everyone, as this 4-day event will embrace performances and other programs by internationally acclaimed artists from around the world. This will be a living space of ideas, exploration, and interaction through an innovative program of cultural, athletic, and educational activities for all. Visitors will have the opportunity for the first time to enter the new buildings of the Greek National Opera and National Library of Greece, as well as to enjoy the Stavros Niarchos Park in its entirety. More than 400 artists from all over the world come together in the Metamorphosis program, where Greek and international creators contribute to a great celebration of collaboration and participation, values on which the SNFCC has been based. Distinguished professionals, each in their own field, have lent their talents and charisma in putting together a unique program. Limor Tomar, General Manager of Concerts and Lectures at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, is the event's performance curator, while the internationally acclaimed experimental artist Laurie Anderson is the guest artistic director for the event. Robert Storr, Dean of Yale School of Art, along with curators Barbara London, Kalliopi Minoudaki, and Francesca Pietropaolo, present Fireflies in the Night Take Wing, a special 4-night program serving a selection of videos diverse in conceptual and poetic scope from over 50 international artists, many of whom are showing their work in Greece for the first time. The magician Mark Midden and his troupe will sweep away guests into interactive spectacles of illusion and imagination. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our colleagues working on the conference and the events taking place at the SNFCC. And before moving on to Mrs. Christina Lambropoulou, I would like to urge you to check the Philanthropy poster project exhibited outside in the patio, curated by Victor Cohen, faculty member in the School of Visual Arts in New York, which is a selection of posters designed by graduate and undergraduate design students based on quotes about philanthropy expressed in a visually enticing format. In the patio, you will also be able to personalize your wooden cover by engraving your name or other short phrase. Lastly, I would like to mention the conference's application, available to check from your smart devices at www.snf.org/conference. In addition to the full agenda and speakers' bios, the application includes a list of conference participants as well as an evaluation form, which we urge you to complete and share your thoughts about the conference. And now I give the floor to Mrs. Lambropoulou.
Thank you, Elenia. Good morning. Good morning and a warm welcome from me as well. Half a decade into what was supposed to be a one-off event gives us a good excuse as well as an opportunity to be a bit introspective. We started 5 years ago by focusing on the work we had done with specific grantees, both in Greece and internationally, within all 4 of our programmatic areas: arts and culture, education, health and sports, and social welfare. Since then, our approach has shifted, and our attention for these conferences has been addressed towards discussing much more complex issues, not so much in order to provide concrete answers, but rather in order to raise questions, understand the complexities of the issues, and consequently to understand the challenges that define our grant making. The purpose of the conference has therefore shifted and has become to recognize the complexity, but also to bring a broad global perspective into the equation, one that can help us with our work and can help us become more effective in the work that we do within all of our four program areas. This year is not different. However, we will be focusing on a specific geography. As a global foundation that does a lot of its work in Greece, we cannot ignore the complex and critical challenges that impact the Mediterranean region today. Therefore, over the next 2 days, we will be focusing on a range of critical issues that affect almost every single country in the specific region. We will touch upon the healthcare sector, where, based on the early exchanges with our panelists, we see the Greek health system being eroded to dangerously inadequate levels because of the erosion of the economic and political structures around it. And if the core of the problem, which is the core of the problem, which is the structural issues of the health system, is not addressed, then any ad hoc measures we take in reaction to the health problems that emerge because of the austerity measures can only serve as temporary fixes and can do very little to help the system become structural again. And although the Greek situation is perhaps unique in its magnitude, because Greece is today probably Europe's most depressed economy, the problem does not seem to be Greek-specific. Scientific evidence is emerging that points to the direction that sustained instability, sustained financial instability like Greece's, is a recipe for poor health locally, but also a recipe for larger health threats which are witnessed around the Mediterranean region and which can further spread. We will also touch upon cultural heritage, since the Mediterranean basin is home to some of the world's greatest archaeological sites. The protection of cultural heritage has been studied and debated extensively over the last years. And while the issues remain more or less the same, the current situation of the ground, recent technological developments, and factors like climate change, conflicts around the Mediterranean, limited financial resources because of the crisis, may require that we look at the issue from a different perspective. Our foundation has gained a lot of experience in this area, as we have funded numerous projects that focus on the restoration and preservation of archaeological sites. And the projects were assessed to be successful and impactful. But by looking carefully at what is going on around the region with respect to this topic, we see a much more complex picture arising. As an example, although we try to connect restoration and preservation efforts with sustainability, and we focus on the financial benefits of attracting more visitors and of involving the public, on the other hand, we see excessive number of tourists visiting some of the important sites of our region that are causing serious damages. And this is something that cannot be ignored, to put it simply. Naturally, we will debate on the refugee humanitarian crisis and explore how philanthropy can react to this seemingly intractable problem. A lot of work has been done on this topic as well, with many organizations on the ground and with various degrees of success. Most of the efforts have so far focused, and rightly so, on alleviating the most immediate needs of this crisis by trying to provide home and shelter, food and medical services. It has now become clear that the refugee crisis, the huge amount of time that refugees spend either stranded or in transit, is not an ephemeral challenge, but one that is here to stay. As a consequence, it is very probable that many years of schooling will be lost for thousands of children who are expected to be the future residents of Europe and eventually the future citizens of Europe. And this may lead to an irreversible impact by means of impoverishing permanently or isolating socially millions of people. The philanthropic sector cannot tackle this issue on its own, but it needs to be ready to play a decisive role in collaboration with others. And we also have to examine and consider seriously that the integration of refugees into local societies may be a much more effective way of helping them long-term with their issues, and also may be a way that entails the possibility of helping to regenerate rural and urban areas, while at the same time addressing one of Europe's most critical issues, the aging population and workforce. Looking around the Balkans, the Mediterranean, but Europe overall, we see poverty, inequality, unemployment, diminishing educational opportunities to be highly interrelated and not contained within geographic boundaries. What happens to one part of the population affects the rest of the population as well as future generations. What happens in one part of the area has obvious economic and social consequences on the rest of the region. Can philanthropy help explore models that can adapt well into the Mediterranean environment in order to address some of these issues? Can social isolation and exclusion, prejudice and discrimination be tackled effectively just through reactive educational and social welfare programs? Or should the third sector, does the third sector have a moral obligation to do even more? It is this type of questions that we will be addressing over the next 2 days, while providing at the same time a forum for a global conversation that can help Balkan and Mediterranean societies confront some of our issues. This can only be achieved if all of us, across every single sector, work together, listen carefully and attentively to society's real needs, stretch our mandates, and start capitalizing on existing initiatives while taking risks in order to look for new, innovative approaches, and also take a long-term approach to these evolving and remaining issues. At the same time, we need to understand that the complexity and the difficulty of implementing and attaining results is rather challenging in a continuously changing environment. We look forward to the next 2 days as a first step to achieving some of these goals with all of you. At this point, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Andreas Drakopoulos, co-president of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, to officially open the conference. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, Kalimera. Good morning and welcome to the 5th Annual Stavros Niarchos Foundation International Conference on Philanthropy. This year's conference carries special meaning for us, since it is the first time that this gathering takes place outside Athens. We're simply delighted to be in Thessaloniki, not only because we are convinced that it is important to venture outside the capital, Athens, and engage other areas of the country, but most importantly because Thessaloniki, Greece's second largest city, is a very special place. It is perhaps of interest that there is a tradition in the city occupying the realm of the second largest city, since Thessaloniki became the Eastern Roman Empire's second largest city after Constantinople in the aftermath of Rome's fall to Germanic tribes in 476 AD. The city has always been located in a critical position, since it was the main link that connected the west to the east and the most important city on the route that connected Rome to Constantinople. Of course, Mark Mazauer, who is here with us today and has written extensively on Thessaloniki, would be the most appropriate person to provide us with a historical perspective on the city. The same applies to the city's mayor, Yannis Boutaris, who is honoring us with his presence this morning. Nevertheless, I would like to talk briefly about Thessaloniki within the broader context of this year's conference. Thessaloniki was Greece's and one of Mediterranean's most cosmopolitan cities. Although there are different types of cosmopolitanism, what I allude to here is simply the capacity of a city to foster and accept the urban coexistence of different cultures, to embrace openness, and to thrive. In other words, engaging in the complex act of harmoniously living together and apart at the same time, embracing coexistence and otherness. For those of you who have had an opportunity to walk around Thessaloniki, and I strongly encourage those who have not done so to try to find the time to do it, the physical manifestations of the city's past, as described above, are everywhere. The population exchanges in early 20th century and the Holocaust seriously dented Thessaloniki's multicultural character, very much in the same way that the emergence of the nation-state and nationalism across the Mediterranean basin stripped a number of cities around the region, like Alexandria, for example, of their own cosmopolitan identity. One could argue that the vision of the Barcelona Declaration, which is mentioned in the summary of this year's conference, is a cosmopolitan one, based on the fundamental concept of uniting a sea of different people with distinctive and divergent cultures. This very idea of a certain unifying elements in the Mediterranean heritage originates mainly from the unparalleled work of the eminent historian Fernand Braudel. But few decades after the reverse of the cosmopolitanization process, not only this vision of unity blurred, but the prolonged socioeconomic crisis and the intense political upheavals are severely compromising the very essence of the Mediterranean as a sea of cultural, economic, and political interaction, creating at the same time closed, isolated, and unequal communities, and collapsing conditions in critical areas such as social welfare, health, education, and the environment. Avoiding the maladies of nostalgia and the pitfalls of suggesting that all was well in the region, the strife plaguing the whole Mediterranean basin today should motivate us to look back and consider carefully the multicultural past. The refugee crisis has become Mediterranean's most disruptive issue, with far-reaching consequences for the whole area and the explosive potential to rip the whole region apart. It is one of the conference's main topics of discussion and an area towards which the Foundation has dedicated significant resources over the last year. As countries and cities around the region, as well as the whole of Europe, increasingly view migration and refugees as a major threat, we can only gain by examining carefully the bustling, thriving, multi-ethnic and multicultural metropolises of last century. They offer a view and perhaps a model of successful diverse assemblages that is radically different of our current state of barbed wire fences and homogeneous cities that include vast refugee ghettos. All of us, the private, public, and philanthropic sectors, should consider the refugee crisis as an opportunity to resuscitate economically, culturally, and socially urban centers that have been for too long in a steep downhill path towards urban degradation and decline. It is only through the collaboration of all sectors, that is to say, the emergence of an effective and efficient social welfare society, that such critical and complex issues could be addressed, and the middle could hold. By the way, without the middle holding its ground, the descent into a dark hole scenario becomes effectively inevitable. Thessaloniki can play a pivotal role in such an effort. It has always been, by means of its history and geography, an agile, light, breezy, open city. As Athens continues to bear more heavily the scars of the prolonged socioeconomic crisis, Thessaloniki can engage its rich past to evoke the potential of a post-cosmopolitan future, one that embraces the notion of the city as a hub of multi-ethnic, multilingual cohabitation that functions at the same time as an active hub of growth, innovation, and competition. It's a big challenge, and Thessaloniki would have to want it, embrace it, and pursue it. In the heels of this year's conference comes Metamorphosis, an international and local program of music, theater, dance, visual arts, games, and sports open to all that will take place in Athens at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center from the 23rd, this coming Thursday, to Sunday the 26th. As the construction of the SNFCC approaches the finish line, and as the foundation is preparing for the beginning of the process to hand over the project fully to the Greek state and the Greek public, its rightful owner, Metamorphosis aims to introduce the project to the public, inviting everyone to engage with the buildings and the park, and to experience and even test the space's potential to enter the city's urban fabric and to function as a truly public space, a real community. Metamorphosis is providing a sample of our vision for the SNFCC as a destination, a platform for creative expression, and a place of exploration and discovery that will, hopefully, incite in people the same feeling of belonging, community, dynamism, optimism, and civility that have been fundamental elements of the process of building this unique living complex. The question is, can Greeks once again self-ignite their true sense of philotimo? Can we appreciate the obligations each one of us has to fulfill? Can we grab the opportunity when it presents itself? In supporting the construction of the SNFCC, the Foundation aimed, among other things, to provide a blueprint and a vision for a different future and all the potential that it entails. And that's where our involvement ends. As it is the case with Thessaloniki and the potential of the city to assume a transformative role within the country and the region, in a similar way, for the SNFCC, the public and the state must be willing to assume their own responsibilities when it comes to the SNFCC and its potential place at the center of the country's civic life. Life, at different times, provides chances, but they have to be properly grabbed. We sincerely hope that the new owners of the SNFCC will grab it. We do sincerely hope that Thessaloniki will also grab its own opportunity to follow a similar path with that of Barcelona more than 20 years ago and become a thriving international port hub for Greece, for Europe, for the world. We would like to welcome all of you to join us in Athens after the conference and celebrate with us the milestone. I would like now, please, to invite the Mayor of Thessaloniki, Yannis Boutaris, to offer welcome remarks on behalf of the city. Thank you all.
Έχω ετοιμάσει και δύο λόγια, αλλά θα τα πω ελληνικά.
Well, it so happens that I've prepared a couple of lines here. Anyway, I'm going to speak in Greek. Tomorrow, our presentation about Thessaloniki will be in English. Mr. Spiros Niarchos, dear Andreas Drakopoulos, dear participants, thank you. Thank you very much for holding this 5th conference of yours here in Thessaloniki. And please allow me to welcome you and tell you how glad we are to have this conference take place here in Thessaloniki. For quite some time now, we've been working together with the foundation, and let's hope that it will be a kind of cooperation and partnership that will meet the foundation's expectations. And let's hope that you will also have the opportunity to enjoy our city, perhaps not as much as we can enjoy it. That would be tough. But let's hope that at least you will manage to find out why it is that Thessaloniki is a beautiful city, a city worth of loving. And let's hope that you too will become ambassadors of this particular urban character of Thessaloniki, its cultural wealth, its age-long history, and of course its natural beauty. Philanthropic foundations do play an important role in times of crisis because they help us address escalated social problems. Most countries nowadays are not able to provide the necessary social cohesion for their population on their own. The short-sighted approach of the international financial system and our incomplete globalization have brought states to a point where they cannot have results. Our countries have to start working closer together. Sometimes not everybody understands that the problems are global. Other times we have short-sighted nationalistic recipes that are put forward, and other times we have selfish interests trying to make a profit for themselves, to the extent that there is inequality in the distribution of wealth. All the more so, the role of foundations such as Stavros Niarchos Foundation is necessary. And there is indeed a European initiative aiming to bring closer together the countries of the Mediterranean. The Euro-Mediterranean partnership weakened considerably because several countries could not see further on. And the same goes with regard to the refugee issues. So we have to have meetings and initiatives such as this one. The groundwork to several problems is an international one, so we have to have international solutions. And even if our countries realize that things are indeed so, even if they wake up to this reality and they start doing something, foundations such as the Stavros Niarchos Foundation will always be important because, among other things, they can circumvent the rigidity that we see in state and government structures. Of course, people have to be able to stand on their own 2 feet on their own, but your foundation has proved that it is able of funding actions that can bring about true results. And we know that from our first-hand experience here in Thessaloniki, and we see it happening all across our country. I wish to congratulate you for your work, and I wish you all the best for this conference. Enjoy our city. Thank you.
I would like now to call on stage Mr. David Aboulafia, Professor of Mediterranean History at Cambridge University, to provide the keynote speech.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to be invited to do this, and I'm very grateful to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for thinking of me. I am, of course, a historian, and so I've entitled this keynote lecture, Mediterranean Past and Mediterranean Future. Well, how can a historical approach to the Mediterranean help us understand modern dilemmas? The history of the Mediterranean reveals a series of lengthy phases of integration and shorter, sometimes calamitous periods of disintegration, characterized by severe economic contraction and by political disjuncture. Viewed from this perspective, the Mediterranean is at the moment disjointed, fragmented, fractured. And I would invite you to bear in mind the words of previous speakers already this morning, because I think what I'm going to say will tie in very well with what they've been saying. Some historians even talk of the death of the Mediterranean. Now, this is actually a deviation from its character over most of the past centuries, indeed millennia. The challenge is to bring the facing shores together again so that they interact creatively in the political, economic, and cultural arenas, and so that an integrated and secure Mediterranean can once again come into being. Taken as a whole, the Mediterranean has had great economic potential throughout its history. During periods of integration, the sum of the parts is and always has been impressive. Although this example is taken from long ago, the case of the massive and regular grain traffic supplying ancient Rome with food supplies from Tunisia and Egypt comes to mind. Although no one before or after the Romans has managed to achieve political control over the entire sea, which was truly mare nostrum, our sea, for several hundred years. Nowadays, however, the countries on the northern shores of the Mediterranean find themselves looking to Brussels or maybe Berlin and Frankfurt for a solution to their economic problems. They've turned their back on the Mediterranean. I'm aware that this is a sensitive issue in Greece. But economic interdependence can, in the right conditions, have the capacity to reduce tensions, and in the wrong conditions, to inflame them. Let me talk, for instance, about the argument that developed around the energy supplies to be found beneath the seabed off the Cypriot coast, a resource in which Turkey, Cyprus, Syria, Lebanon, and Israel have all not surprisingly expressed some interest. But the question of access to gas has actually brought together the governments of Israel, Cyprus, and Greece in a strategic relationship that goes some way beyond the problem of energy supplies, particularly when we bear in mind the role of Turkey in the region. There is another feature of the Mediterranean in past times that has to be emphasized, and that has a bearing on modern dilemmas. The Mediterranean has been a principal meeting point for the three Abrahamic religions, and interaction has been regular and at times intense, sometimes hostile, but often creative. Although it is tempting to think of the period of the Crusades or the great Spanish-Turkish wars of the 16th century as proof of the lack of integration in the Mediterranean, we can also find plenty of evidence for long, peaceful interludes during which Christian and Jewish merchants established themselves in trading colonies along the coast of North Africa and the Levant in Muslim cities, and consumers in Western Europe eagerly bought Eastern goods obtained from or through the Mediterranean. Silk and sugar from the Mediterranean, spices brought up the Red Sea into the Mediterranean. Trading communities from Venice, Genoa, Florence, and Barcelona built the commercial institutions we know today, banks, insurance, maritime law, to serve the interests of their trade networks that encompassed the Mediterranean. Religious barriers did not have to be commercial barriers. All this created a series of diasporas around the shores of the Mediterranean. Cosmopolitan port cities emerged, as we heard, that acted as hosts to mixed communities of people of many religions, ethnic origins, and cultural outlooks. This city of Thessaloniki, or Salonika, was home to a diverse population, including the descendants of Jews expelled from Spain in 1492, living alongside Greeks, Turks, Slavs, and others. Another example is Constantinople, Istanbul. For the area north of the Golden Hall, Pera Galata, was home to thousands of Italian merchants in the Middle Ages and after, as also to Greeks, Armenians, and Jews. The extreme case of a cosmopolitan Eastern Mediterranean city is Alexandria, which you see on the screen here, ever since its foundation by Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. Now, early in the 20th century, Europeans accounted for 15% of the population, although it was they who exercised most of the economic power. In 1927, there were 49,000 Greeks in the city and 24,000 Italians. Overlapping with various nationalities, there were 25,000 Jews. Influential Muslim families, including the royal family, hailed from Turkey, Albania, Syria, and Lebanon. They, as much as the settlers of European descent, wished to identify strongly with European, particularly French, culture. Indeed, a 19th century ruler of Egypt, Ismail Pasha, expressed the view that, I quote, Egypt must become part of Europe. I wonder how well that would go down in Brussels today, but anyway. Nationalist movements within the multi-ethnic Ottoman Empire, beginning in 19th century Greece, challenged this pluralistic outlook. In an age of rising nationalism, expulsion, flight from danger, forced assimilation, even mass extermination in the case of 43,000 Jewish inhabitants of this city, transformed one city after another in the old Ottoman realms. And apart from Beirut, by the 1950s, the port cities of the eastern Mediterranean had largely ceased to be places of coexistence. And although tourist maps of Istanbul, if one counts it as a Mediterranean city, still insistently show synagogues and Greek and Armenian churches, these communities have shrunk greatly under pressure from Ataturk's emphasis on Turkish national identity. Well before Ataturk's career, Ottoman sovereignty in North Africa, often more theoretical than real, was being replaced by direct colonial rule on the part of competing powers based in Western Europe. A small corner in the far west for Spain, large tracts for France and Italy, with Britain exercising overwhelming influence in Egypt. In the era of colonialism, starting with the French conquest of Algeria in 1830, a new rapport was created across the Mediterranean, a hegemonic one that insisted on the more civilized character of the northerners as opposed to the inhabitants of its southern shores. Here you see a French illustration of the Italians conquering Libya, and you can see that the Italians are being portrayed as the bearers of civilisation, and then we've got the poor Libyans sort of running away absolutely in fear. We've got the French cruisers in the background, signs of modern technology, and we've got the mosque on the other side, which is obviously a sign of, if you like, the backward nature as seen by the colonialists. So by 1881, when a French protectorate was created in Tunisia, the region already contained 70,000 Italian settlers, bearing in mind that large numbers of those who settled in the French colonies were Italian and Spanish. Many of the 70,000 Italians came from Sicily, and there were 12,000 settlers from the tiny island of Malta, British possession. By the time of decolonization, following the Second World War, the European colonies in North Africa were home to 1.5 million settlers from France, Spain, Italy, and elsewhere, with well over 1 million in Algeria alone. And as I said, in Algeria, only a minority could actually claim a French origin. And this sense of a common Latin, but not French origin, was reflected in the colonialist boast that the settlers were restoring Latinity to the Mediterranean 1,500 years after the fall of the Roman Empire. It was, as it were, a new Roman Empire. And this theme rears its head in the famous work of Fernand Braudel on the 16th century Mediterranean. And perhaps we can see another expression of it. Here is de Gaulle in Algiers at a time when he was promising not to return Algiers to the native inhabitants, surrounded by all those generals who later on attacked him precisely for in their view, abandoning Algeria. Yet the colonists' descendants were to depart back to Europe in the second half of the 20th century, along with large numbers of indigenous inhabitants, many of whom then settled on the northern shores of the Mediterranean, above all in southern France. Tensions generated in North Africa during the era of decolonization were then transferred to cities such as Nice and Marseille. The emancipation of the colonized from the colonizers in the second half of the 20th century has had several important effects. most notably the fracturing of the Mediterranean into northern and southern zones that to a large extent operate apart from one another. This is really my central point. Places such as Algiers and Alexandria, once celebrated for the meeting of cultures, religions, and peoples, have become monochrome cities, inhabited solely by the majority population of the interior. To say this is not to defend the actions of the colonizers, who were, notably in Algeria, often brutal and counterproductive. However, decolonization coincided with the attempts of the Soviet Union to establish a foothold within the Mediterranean, creating political and economic alliances that accentuated existing tensions within the Mediterranean, notably that between Israel and its Arab neighbors. The Jews, in particular, disappeared from all those lands in the Mediterranean where they had formed an integral and highly productive part of a larger society, migrating to one embattled corner, Israel, or sometimes to France, bringing to an end a 2,000-year history of diaspora around the shores of the Mediterranean. Seen from this perspective, the creation of Israel was another episode in the fragmentation of the Mediterranean into national entities, as different ethnic and religious groups carved out their own territories and peoples were shunted around, beginning with the Greeks and the Turks in the population exchanges of the 1920s. Actually, we can go even further back to the departure of the so-called Turkish population from Crete. To say that is not to deny the distinctive nature of migration into Israel, expressed in the very varied origins within and beyond the Mediterranean of those Jews who came to settle, and in the religious impetus that motivated some, though not, of course, all of them. But as we are now discovering, the process still continues, following the disintegration of a Syrian state in which a variety of religious groups had some degree of official protection. The disappearance of the Christian minorities in Syria marks the end of another 2,000-year history, not of diaspora, as in the case of the Jews, but of stability in the case of the Syrian Christians, and the beginning of yet another diaspora extending far beyond the Mediterranean. We can all see, indeed we see virtually every day, that the disparities in wealth between the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean have stimulated an intensive, illicit, and perilous human traffic across the sea that it seems impossible to control. And nobody knows this better, obviously, than the Greeks. This traffic, we need to remind ourselves, was already flowing strongly before the collapse of Syria and the persecutions in Iraq and further east. And here is an image which actually shows people arriving on the shores of Spain from Africa, so they've crossed the Straits of Gibraltar. Lucky people, because they're very dangerous waters, and crossing those waters is just about the most dangerous thing you can do in the Mediterranean. You can see across from Morocco to Spain, but that doesn't mean you can get across. The Mediterranean has become the theatre in which many migrants from Black Africa have tried, often at the risk of their life, to enter the wealthy lands of the European Union. And this wave of migration has been compounded by migration out of North Africa, particularly Libya, during the current upheavals, as well as migration into the Aegean and beyond from the hinterland of Western Asia, as you know very well. The Libyan route, so perilous both by land and sea, has undergone something of a revival in the last few months. Black African migration northwards is certain to continue to grow as climate change threatens livelihoods in the savanna regions and as the population of sub-Saharan Africa increases exponentially, part as a result of enormous improvements in healthcare. Population of countries like Nigeria is exploding at the moment. And so the large mass of quite well-educated West Africans, North Africans, and Middle Easterns in their 20s, predominantly male, with no employment opportunities, has fueled the apparently unstoppable flow of migrants across the Mediterranean, whether out of Turkey or out of Libya towards Greece and Italy, and ultimately, so they hope, towards Germany, Sweden, and elsewhere. This isn't for a moment to deny that civil conflict in Syria, Libya and Iraq has created the largest refugee problem since the Second World War. And I'm not going to go into the question of whether one might distinguish between economic migrants and genuine refugees, people fleeing from direct threat of persecution. Now, this migration, accompanied by much danger and humiliation, stands in stark contrast to another type of migration that also dominates the modern Mediterranean. This type of migration is temporary. I'll try and get the picture to stay. Is it staying up? Yeah. This type of migration is temporary but transformative. We seem to have lost it. It's not that important, actually. It's just a picture of very large numbers of people sitting on a beach in Catalonia, just to convey some of the horrors of the overcrowding. People from Northern Europe and elsewhere converging on the Mediterranean in search of summer sun, a mass phenomenon of the late 20th century that has transformed the local industries, the labour market, the physical appearance, even the social and cultural norms of towns and villages along virtually the entire Mediterranean coastline of Spain, France, and Italy, and increasingly in Greece, Turkey, Tunisia, Israel, and other Mediterranean lands. Now, tourism brings short-term prosperity to many areas, but as we heard briefly in relation to archaeological sites, and we'll be hearing more about this, the environmental effects are severe. What we see, and I'll come back to the question of environmental effects in a moment, what we see is a heavy interdependence between a tourist industry and the economies of Northern Europe, injecting a further element of fragility into the economy of most Mediterranean countries. And this gets worse at times of political upheaval, when popular destinations are suddenly rendered inaccessible. This happened to the coast of Yugoslavia, now Croatia, during the breakup of that country. But only in the last few months, terrorist outrages in Tunisia and Egypt have led to a massive drop in tourism towards the Tunisian coast and the Egyptian beach resorts, with severe effects on the economy of both countries. And the latest victim of this curse is Turkey, following bombings in Ankara and Istanbul. Meanwhile, the lands on the northern flank of the Mediterranean have seen their destiny as a European one, countries such as Italy and Spain turning their backs on the Mediterranean to participate in a European Union whose strongest economies lie away from the Mediterranean. Weaknesses in the economy of every single EU country within the Mediterranean, with the minute exceptions of Malta and Gibraltar, which still experience roughly 2.5% growth in the case of Malta, 5% in the case of Gibraltar, which is, of course, a minute colony. These weaknesses in the economy have only increased the sense of a fractured Mediterranean. 3 or 4 years ago, one would have said that if there is a tiger economy in the Mediterranean, it clearly must be Turkey, a state that is still trying to decide on its role in the wider region. Its impressive rates of economic growth provided a stark and startling contrast to the situation in Greece, and better performance than Romania or Bulgaria, as well as a comparable performance to the Baltic states. This, however, was not sustained, and it's also important to emphasize that trade not with the Mediterranean but with Germany was an important ingredient of this short-lived Turkish economic success. The other successful economy in the Mediterranean has been Israel, which has a particularly impressive record for the creation of start-up high-tech companies. However, its integration into the wider economic networks of the Eastern Mediterranean is seriously hampered by its political isolation and has been accentuated by the severe decline in Israel's relations with Turkey. I think this very close rapprochement between Greece and Israel may actually offer Israel a way out of this, but we shall see what happens in the next few years. The big question is how the relationship between the northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean can be reconstituted. It is interesting to observe how much investment, not just from France, but from China and Arab countries, was being pumped into Tunisia on the eve of the Arab Spring. But such successes may now seem precarious. By building a massive new port at Tanger Med, the government of Morocco is seeking to draw benefit from traffic through the Straits of Gibraltar. Now, this is actually the next image, but it's not coming up, I'm afraid. If we can get them, there we are, yeah. So this is an aerial view of the Straits of Gibraltar. Spain above and Morocco below. The government of Morocco is seeking to draw benefit from traffic through these straits and openly to challenge the Spanish port of Algeciras across the water. Now, Morocco actually asked to join the EU in 1987, and despite the expected rejection, a number of agreements tie the EU to Morocco. But increasing wealth among the Moroccan middle classes still has to be matched by a massive improvement in the condition of the urban and rural majority. Similar issues confront Algeria, which does, however, have the chance to benefit from massive energy resources. As for Libya, everything depends on the capacity of the recognized government to push back the ISIS affiliates who have gained control of parts of the country. And even if the government succeeds, which is far from certain, welding together a country whose national unity is not entirely obvious will be a major challenge. After that, to be sure, the oil could start to flow, but one is entitled to remain pessimistic. One cannot ignore the recent attempts to bind together the countries of the Mediterranean in a diffuse league of states that would be able to address common problems irrespective of political differences. And this was alluded to earlier. The first major initiative was the so-called Barcelona process of 1995, in which both the Mediterranean countries and all the members of the EU, as far north as Finland, were involved. But plans for the creation of a free trade area in the Mediterranean by 2010 have remained simply plans. The idea of a Mediterranean Union is more of an ideal, I could almost say a romantic ideal, than a practical possibility at the moment. But there are urgent questions that need to be addressed together by all Mediterranean nations, most urgently the issue of migration, but also the promotion of trade between the EU and non-EU countries within the Mediterranean, not to mention the sharp political confrontations that exist in Israel and the Palestinian territories. Particularly important is the protection of the maritime environment, which has experienced massive and catastrophic change as a result of overfishing, treating the sea as an unlimited food resource, and the dumping of effluents and plastics, treating the sea as a vast rubbish tip. It goes without saying that the ecological problem is one that can only be solved by intensive collaboration on a scale that is lacking just now. But it is one means, perhaps, to bring together old rivals and enemies to address an emergency that faces every Mediterranean nation. The current crisis in the Eurozone means that resolving the relationship with non-EU countries around the Mediterranean will become an even less significant priority for existing members of the Union. Even though the danger of a sudden Grexit has diminished, fundamental structural problems in the economic relationship between wealthier and poorer EU countries have to be addressed more urgently than is the case at the moment. One example of this imbalance is the intra-EU migration towards more prosperous countries, such as the United Kingdom. And as is well known, this issue featured prominently in the recent negotiations between David Cameron and the other EU heads of government. While Britain's status in the EU remains uncertain, with a real possibility of Brexit the day after tomorrow, and while the Eurozone fails to show signs of healthy economic growth, and while extra EU migration remains such a live issue, attention to Mediterranean problems is bound to be limited. And yet the migration issue very much involves the Mediterranean. Indeed, as I've pointed out, migration will not die down, even in the unlikely case of the Syrian and Libyan civil wars coming to a peaceful end soon. It's impossible to avoid the question of Britain's relationship with the EU, even while discussing the Mediterranean states of the EU and their neighbours. The question of Turkish accession has been given great prominence in the referendum debate in the United Kingdom. This is largely connected to fears of mass immigration from Turkey once Turks are entitled to hold an EU passport. Although David Cameron has stated that he does not expect Turkey to join the EU before the year 3000, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Minister of Finance, if you like, George Osborne, has simply insisted there's no prospect of Turkey joining today, a word the media seem to have missed. Well, of course, not today, And this is not the place to record the arguments for and against, but it has been a lively issue, I think, misrepresented on both sides. Albania, too, has been drawn into the debate, either as a prospective EU member or as a model for a new type of trading relationship between Britain and the EU. The debate in Britain has then concentrated, perhaps oddly, on the non-EU countries in the Mediterranean. The one Mediterranean issue that has received some attention has been the status of Gibraltar, and fears that the Spanish government might try to blockade the colony, which, despite occasional tensions, they cannot do so long as it remains part of the EU. That said, the economy of the hinterland behind Gibraltar is so closely bound up with Gibraltar itself that punitive action would probably have worse effects in Spain than on the Rock. Such moves would also encourage Morocco to renew its claim to the ancient Spanish enclaves in North Africa, Ceuta and Melilla. There's no doubt that British departure from the EU would set off an earthquake within Europe. One can argue how severe that earthquake would be. The euro crisis, the failure of Italian banks, growing difficulties in the Portuguese economy, not to mention the Schengen crisis, all point in one direction, whether Britain is in or out. The time has come for the EU to think hard about its purpose and direction, and in particular about the relationship between the affluent north and a less prosperous south, where youth unemployment has reached staggeringly high figures and there is general stagnation. There's also an opportunity here to consider whether the top-down power structures in Brussels meet the aspirations of people across the Union and their expectation of democratic involvement in a matter as important as the government of 28, or maybe soon 27, states, whether more of the key decisions should be made in Brussels or in the capital cities of the member states. However, it's also vital to look beyond the boundaries of the European Union. Prospects for the creation of tight bonds linking all the Mediterranean countries in common enterprises continue to fade. I conclude with these rather grim words: the 21st century Mediterranean remains, therefore, broken and in need of repair. Thank you very much.
We now move on to plenary session number 1, dedicated to the refugee humanitarian crisis and how can philanthropy react to a seemingly intractable problem. I would like to invite on stage the moderator, Mr. Alan Stoga, chairman of the Talbrook Foundation, and call upon the panelists. And also, in order to adhere to the original time schedule, I would like to ask that if you have any questions for the speakers, you approach them during lunchtime instead of opening a Q&A session. Thank you.
From the Talbrook Foundation, Sweden and New York. I'd like to start by thanking the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for the support to the Talbrook over the last couple of years and prospectively into the future. But I also want to start, since we're going to talk about refugees, I thought it would make sense to bring some refugees into the room, at least briefly, while we're still being mic'd. These first several photos are done by a photojournalist, an Italian photojournalist, Fabio Buccarelli, who has spent the last several years of his life documenting refugee movements. All of these are migrants who have come into Europe recently. And finally, a photo from Lesbos of the life jacket, life vest graveyard. Each of those orange things, each of those black things represent one person who made it to Lesbos and left their life jacket, left their inner tube, left pieces of their boats, although those are not boats that any of us would get on willingly or, I suspect, unwillingly. But does give you a bit of a sense of, if you've not seen, of what the reality is. There we go. Thank you. Yesterday was World Refugee Day, which was something, a new celebration from the last decade as the pace of refugee and people movement has once again accelerated. Current numbers, just to put this in context, there are, according to the United Nations, 65 million refugees today. Of those, roughly 45 are displaced within their own countries. 20 million, however, have moved out of their country, are moving out of their countries. Of that, perhaps 2.5 million are in Turkey, some of which have obviously now come here. Again, some numbers. This year so far, 220,000 refugees, and I'm going to use refugees as a generic concept. Thank God there are no lawyers on this panel. So we're not going to talk about refugees and migrants and displaced persons. Refugees are people who are moving. 215,000 refugees so far this year made it into Europe. About 160,000 of those came through Greece. The other 90,000 have come through Libya. As you well know, the movement through Greece has stopped. The movement through the Mediterranean is now accelerating. 1 in 23 of every migrant that gets into a boat trying to get across the Mediterranean dies. That so far this year has been something on the order of 3,000 dead refugees. That's a number, as a New Yorker, that is important. 3,000 people died in the World Trade Center bombing, the 9/11 bombing, and that changed the world. 3,000 people have died in the Mediterranean so far this year, and I would argue it seems to have changed very, very little. What we're going to do today in this panel is simply to talk about that. This is our living room. We 9 are going to have a conversation about all of these issues. Your living room looks like this, I'm sure, warm, comfortable, informal. And I want to invite you to join the conversation. This is not going to be a series of presentations, a series of PowerPoints. It's going to be a conversation where I hope we will discuss the issues. I hope you will join us. And the range of issues we need to talk about today is prodigious. It's about economic stagnation, it's about religion, it's about identity, it's about demographics, it's about income inequality, it's about seeking a better life, it's about populism, it's about reacting to all of that. It is truly a witch's brew of issues. The title of this panel, as you can't see, asks the implicit question, is this an intractable set of issues? And if so, so what? So let's start with intractable. Robin, you've thought about this a lot. Oh, and by the way, I'm not going to introduce anyone. You have their bios. Please read them. You're welcome to say who you are if you say it very briefly.
Well, Alan,
ball to you.
Thank you for letting me start off this conversation. Delighted we have a chance to talk about this at this SNF Foundation conference. It's highly topical, not just in Europe, but around the world. And you said intractable. Why? I mean, I think from where I sit, the director of Chatham House in London, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, it is remarkable when you go to those statistics at the beginning that actually levels of refugees, as you said, let's not talk about economic migrants for a minute, if you talk about refugees, have been rising at a hugely rapid rate over the last 3 years. We've got about a 4 times as fast rate of growth in refugees now as we did 10 years ago. So that big jump up to 65 million, you know, was 37 million about 10 years ago. The acceleration in the last 2 or 3 years has been huge. If it were going to peak, that would be one thing. I saw a stat before coming up here, so it was good to do a little bit of research, that only 125,000 refugees were able to go home in 2015. You know, so the number is being added to. I think there's about, to my mind, at least 3 things driving this. Refugees are people who leave because they don't want to leave. So violence is the first point. Is violence increasing? Why? Is it intractable? There's always been violence in the world. We are fortunate to live in the world at the moment where violence across borders doesn't seem to be happening as much as it was in the past, but violence within borders is happening perhaps even more intensely. And if I think about something intractable, there seems to be a confluence between still having many predatory, corrupt, violent governments in the 21st century who treat their population as sources of money or power, alongside a loss of other governments being willing to impose order. So the whole concept of responsibility to protect that the UN came up with 2011, 2010, somewhere around there, has gone out of the window since the Syria crisis. So on the back of Iraq, on the back of Afghanistan, you've got a real loss of a willingness of other governments, let's say externally intervene, and you've still got governments internally that are treating their populations appallingly. So violence is increasing. Combine that with the growth of population, combine that with climate change, combine that with technology, that people can then see how they can escape if they are, and governments thinking, I can push my people out, that might be part of the answer. I mean, I could go on, but I think those are some of the main
But I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you, though. Just let me come back. Let me flip the telescope to the other way. You suggest that these are one-way flows in the main. Very few people going home, lots and lots more people trying to come here. Mirto, you're at the rock face. You've spent a lot of time in Lesbos, elsewhere in Greece, meeting with, working with, as of some others, refugees. Do they think they're going home?
Well, it's been particular in Greece, I think. I think the Greece experience with which we've been engaged, humanitarian crisis within our border, which has been unique, is particular here because we have been a purely transit country, and we still are. So I think members of NGOs... Although there are 60,000 people that aren't doing much transiting at the moment. Yes, but they would like to leave, and that's for sure. So I think this has been our experience. I mean, we've been accepting significant flows, over 1 million people in a year when the borders were open. But all of them were leaving and targeting specific countries in Europe. Now we're facing with a medium-term type of situation whereby people are stuck. But I think that's been true, and I think we've had a lot of conversations with Kurt, with them specifically about this. But they're stuck. Do they want to go home, or do they want to go forward? Well, they want to go forward. They can't, and some of them even want to go home. And this is what we've been experienced. I don't know if this would be the case if other countries were involved. I mean, if Italy can be itself a destination country and not transit. But for us in Greece, it's been purely transit, and I don't think anybody wants to stay here for many different reasons. Marietta, same question.
I want to answer to that, but I will take.
And I think you have to speak louder.
The fact that we are trying to seek solutions to a problem.
We can't hear you.
Okay.
We have a mic check.
Yeah, but.
It's good.
Okay.
Here comes another microphone.
Yeah.
We'll solve it
I have
otherwise.
to stay like this, maybe. Yeah, thank you. So we have to try to define what is the problem in order to find the solution for the problem. And then we can also discuss of whether the problem is intractable or not. So there are many problems, and we can put them in a series of we can prioritize what are the biggest problems. As you very well mentioned, the biggest problem is that today we have the biggest number of displaced people, 65 million. Most of them are locked in their countries. They wish they could go out, but they cannot. This is the biggest problem, and you have to keep this because it is important for seeking the solution to that. Other problem is indeed that countries, different countries, transit countries, do not want to consider themselves immigration countries, so they do not want to adjust their policies in order to have people staying in these countries, and they rather have an incentive to push people back or push people further on. So that's another problem. The big problem today is that we also do not learn from our past experiences. The migration issue is not a new issue. It has been very, very long time that Europe has been trying to face the migration stemming in with deterrence policies. And well, new problem, we have a humanitarian crisis one country away, very close to the borders of Europe. So Syria is the next problem. So we have experienced what we have experienced. You call it a refugee crisis. As MSF, we do contest severely the use of this term, refugee crisis. Crisis.
Which word, refugee or crisis?
Words do matter, so that's a very good point, and this is a point that I want to raise. Words do matter. Crisis for us is what we provoked, the suffering that we provoked, the intensification of this drama of the people on the people, these people, the refugees themselves. This is the crisis. It has been a management crisis, a reception crisis, not a refugee crisis. 1 million people is nothing, is a very small number. It's 0.2% of the population of Europe. So we could have established a system where people, asylum seekers, could seek asylum in Europe through a safe, legal, organized, systematic way. There are many legal opportunities, legal schemes for that to be a possibility. Europe chose not to do it. Europe, by mismanaging, not managing the issue, I don't want to say the problem, created a big problem.
Let's take that further, because you've touched on politics, which is where we're going to get to eventually. Politicians and politics are always the root cause of all evil. From a Danish point of view or from a Northern European point of view, Europe has, as you said, clearly made a set of choices. Europe has clearly said, we want a hard border. We didn't want a hard border before, we do now. How do you see the politics, not how we got here, we know where we are. We'll know more in 2 days when we see what happens with the UK, but the politics of creating, as Mariette has just said, of not welcoming refugees in an orderly, systematic, well-managed, administered way has created the sense of crisis. But that clearly was a political choice by a series of actors here in Europe.
No, I mean, it was very clearly a political choice. And I think one of the intractable elements of this crisis is that you have essentially this everlasting conflict between Europe's sort of UN treaty convention commitments that essentially everyone that arrives on the borders of Europe has an individual right for asylum, which is obviously a very live question in Greece right now, and then the very genuine political desire for population and electorates in Europe to control their border. And this isn't going to go away, except that it is de facto going to be solved by Europe essentially de facto reneging on its commitment to essentially giving everyone their free and fair hearing for an individual asylum claim. But I think another, and probably even more important, at least for Europe, intractable element of this issue, whether we call them refugees or economic migrants, is this issue of integration. Because whether people come because they're fleeing violence or they're coming to seek economic opportunity, the reality is that the European economies writ large have done an appalling job of essentially integrating, and by integrating I mean predominantly providing jobs for migrants from other from non-EU or non-OECD countries, which of course, of which the vast majority of the most recent inflows come. And as long as that persists, we're going to have an intractable political problem that part of it rears its head in the Brexit campaign, part of it is going to rear its head, we saw it in the Austrian presidential campaign a few weeks ago. It's going to be intractable political identity politics as far as the eye can see. So what do we do about it? Well, I mean, from an economist's point of view, it's actually not that difficult. You basically say, look, we have a group of people who either have lower technical skills. If they have the technical skills, they may have lower language skills or social skills or whatever. What do? Well, from an economy point of view, it's very easy. You pay them less. So basically what we're talking about here is, in many people's eyes, social dumping. But the alternative would be to basically have a permanently ethnically defined underclass in Europe. Is that what we want to do? Or do we want to have, say, a phase-in period, a 5-year phase-in refugee, migrant, whatever you want to call it, wage, where you can pay them 60% of the minimum wage the first year, then 70, 80, up until 100. Those are the kind of things that Europe needs to do, in my opinion, to get out of this intractability issue.
Gary, you raised a question, we were talking this morning about your passport. And this question of who's a European, who's not a European. What kind of commitment do you think people should make when they want to come to Europe?
Well, this morning's been very interesting, simply because my mother is Maltese, Italian, my father is Ethiopian, Somali, I have a British passport, and I live in Brussels. And I have a serious problem with what's going to be happening in the UK on Friday or Thursday. Having said that, my worry is that we're all dealing and talking about this as if it's a one-off, resolvable issue without serious change. And I think we don't know enough, actually, about the country I was born in, Ethiopia, is actually producing quite a lot of the refugees that are crossing over the border, or Eritrea. And I don't think we know enough, really, about what's motivating, what the networks of communication are, why certain countries are being chosen. I had a conversation very recently with my alma mater, which is the School of Oriental and African Studies, where a group of anthropologists have been spending time in refugee camps in Eritrea and in Somalia and in Ethiopia, to talk to people who have actually tried to make the crossing and have failed. And I don't think we know enough about it. We're not recognizing this as the sort of new normal. And the conversation seems to be about, and it has to be, of course, how do you deal with a problem now? But you also have to be able to imagine what's coming next. What are the next set of issues we're going to deal with? And it seems to me that we've gotten into a very typical process of solving problems by slices, by pieces. And I thought what was magnificent about the opening was this notion that really we are in a Mediterranean basin. I did my anthropological fieldwork, I'm an anthropologist, in Sardinia, in Italy, where when I lived in Sardinia 30 years ago doing fieldwork, there were no African, Indian, Asian people at all on the continent. If you go to Sardinia today and you go to the remote parts of Sardinia, you find Indian, Chinese, African migrants who have been somewhat integrated into the economy. So there are good examples of where things are happening. And I do agree with one thing that you said, which was the integration issue is the biggest problem. My daughter works in Norway. She works essentially with Islamicized youth. And it's one of the biggest problems we have in Europe. And unless we begin to see all of this as integrated and step enough away from it to look at the whole thing, climate change, movement of people, need for people to protect borders, need to prevent people being isolated in ghettos and in ideological ghettos mostly in Europe, we're really going to have a problem. And I don't hear a conversation that's about the future and what are we going to do with the next set of problems. I don't think this is going to end. It's not intractable, but it does need a different set of tools.
Before we get to solutions, I want to get religion on the table. Kurt, you have a lot of experience in the Middle East. We talked a bit about Islam earlier. One of the characteristics of this migration, which is different from some earlier migrations, certainly in the modern period into Europe, is that this migration is coming out of countries which have very different value systems, very different religious systems, very different cultural systems. And there's a lot of experience on this panel with all of that. Kurt, would you like to kick the Islam ball?
Kick this ball. That's a very good... I've lived 35 years in Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and worked in Egypt. And my closest friends are Muslims, and many of my closest friends don't speak English. It would have been impossible to live in the Middle East for that long if my neighbors and I didn't love each other, if we didn't share cultural values. And they are just as terrified in general of the Wahhabist type of Islam that has kind of dominated.
Can you put that in context? Give some, not everyone's going to know what Wahhabi Islam is.
Wahhabism is probably best expressed in one phrase: my way or the highway. This is Islam, cut off hands, we veil women, and it's extremely iconoclastic, which actually is a Greek word. And so there's no possibility for any kind of intermediary, any discussion. It's quite radical in the sense that if you don't follow, then you can't exist. They are the greatest threat to the Sunni population of the Middle East, and most of the people that they have killed have been Sunni Muslims. When I came to the Middle East in 1981, no one had heard of Wahhabism. Now, 35 years later, it is what we in the West think is Islam, and it is not. The driver for
why is that important?
Because if we think that if you are a Muslim, you are somehow the enemy, or at least our enemy, then we have grouped all of those people who are not Wahhabi Muslims, who are conservative, who like to send their kids to school, they like to buy their wife a new dress, they want to have a better future for their children. They think like good Greek Orthodox, good American Presbyterians, good Baptists. They're kind of like us. So if all Islam is bad, then we've just negated the potential of cooperation with most of Islam. That's very important.
But flip it upside down. What is the impact of Wahhabi Islam on Europe, on this migration? Because if that is the problem, what is the dimension of the problem? Because the point you're really making is we don't think of all Christians as the same. A fundamentalist in South Carolina in a tiny church is very different from a high Episcopalian in England. We know that. We do tend to conflate Islam as Islam, but you're making a point, I think, that Wahhabi Islam is something that is one of the corrosive factors, perhaps, in this mess.
And refugees, I like the term earlier in the discussion, are people who are moving, who don't want to move. I'm a refugee because I didn't want to move, but I have to move. And in great part, those people from Syria who are refugees are refugees from that kind of Islam. Not only, but the great upheavals after Mosul and in Iraq, and that reverberated into Syria, people had to flee or die. So they are running away from the very thing that we are also not for. So they are running to us. There's a mindset that we can say that actually these people are natural allies, we can be friends. Will there be the infiltration, the odd infiltrator? Yes. That's why the UN has a system for vetting refugees. So there are things in place that can do this, that would increase our comfort level. As I would remark just in one last comment, the United States had 180,000 deaths from guns last year. No deaths from refugees or terrorists. outside, other than domestic terrorism. So we carry our own fear that we feed ourselves because of our inability to extend our rule of law, understanding of our citizenship, and our shared values. And this has gotten displaced onto the refugee community in some way.
I'd like to go further down that path of integration, because clearly that is one of the critical questions. But before doing that, I think we have to go back to Marietta's point about the large decision that was made de facto to not do this well, to increasingly drag our political feet. You explained partly why, but Joel, there's an ethical dimension to this.
Right.
And I suspect, why don't you speak to it?
Sure. Just building on what Kurt just said, the ethical principle at stake here is pluralism. And what Mr. Drukopoulos said at the very beginning of these proceedings and what we heard in the lecture, we do have a history of pluralism to build on. And there is a past to look to. Not to be nostalgic about it, but that principle is there, and that may be one principle that's actually driving and pushing people to move in a certain direction. The principle of pluralism is something that we're proud of in the West, but it's not just a clash of civilizations between different civilizations. There's obviously a clash within our own civilization as well about how to deal with these issues. We had a conversation at Carnegie Council just recently with Ian Baruma, who's a student of some of these issues, and he made the point that Kurt just made, that it's actually not the refugees themselves, but it's the hysteria that they produce, which is something to be really worried about. So I think this is something that bears further reflection. Also, the idea that this is a genuinely humanitarian crisis, and we need to think about the common humanity that we share with the refugees. To use an American term, the sort of unalienable rights that people have. And just because people may have lost their right of citizenship and they're stateless people, doesn't mean they've lost their human rights. And that's something that can't be solved by offense.
Let me push back just a little bit, because we're sitting in a country that has seen its economy contract by, pick a number, a quarter, a third over the last 7 years. We're sitting in Europe, which doesn't know how to grow anymore. We're sitting in a space that has huge unemployment, doesn't create jobs. So I wonder if it is, so you have those humanitarian both demands, ethical demands and instincts, and you have some economic realities, and I'm wondering if any of you think that some of that not is justifiable, but is explainable, perhaps, by stagnation in Europe. And then
I don't think so much. I think, just to bring it back to the present and actually the locality of Greece, which is what I know best, I think we've failed very much in our response to the influx.
Who's we?
We means, I think, Greece, and it means Europe, and it means all of us in this room collectively. Why? Because even the few 50,000 people, and I agree very much with the point that Marietta was making, 50,000 people in Greece is a very small number. The conditions in which they're still being kept today, after 4 or 5 months of being here, are appalling and completely unacceptable. And I think that's not...
They should be unacceptable.
No,
they clearly are acceptable because they're accepted.
They're completely unacceptable, and in that sense we've failed. And I don't think it's an economic problem, because there's plenty of funds from philanthropy, from Europe, even within Greece, to deal with the problem. I think firstly, the agreement with Turkey is very cynical, and that's created a sort of very grey legal area where the human rights are not respected, due process is not respected. So in addition to the physical conditions that they have to face with, they're also faced with a complete lack of hope, because they don't have any prospect of what their legal exit might be. That's number one. Secondly, there's a big problem with coordination, because there is, as I said, I think a lot of funds, a lot of people trying to help, everybody trying to do well, but there's a complete absence of coordination, which means that their immediate needs are not addressed. And I think we have to start by focusing on the micro picture, learning to provide humanitarian response to a humanitarian problem, in parallel, obviously, to trying to analyze, the bigger picture and how in the long term we're going to deal with these issues. But I don't think it's a problem of the economic crisis.
Alan, I would, to agree with that point.
And then I want the dismal scientist to talk about the economic crisis.
To agree with the point that Marcus just made, I think, and disagree with you, you said Europe can't grow. Bits of Europe aren't growing. Bits of Europe are growing very well. Europe has 8 of the most competitive economies in the world inside the European Union. It's got some of the less competitive than they should be economies.
How's the average doing?
Sorry?
How's the average doing?
It depends average of what. The average is about 1%. If you've got a population growing pretty much flat, actually growth doesn't need to be that high. The US needs higher growth because it has higher population growth. So, I think the idea that parts of Europe aren't growing in a way because politically and politically economically they've not worked out how to grow. And a critical element here is that Europe is making a transition. It's in a defensive mode. It's making a transition, and we discussed this at the last SNF forum, between it's like a continent that has organized a welfare state approach where those who've got want to protect what they have, and there's not as much room for those who are growing, whether they're young Europeans, never mind young refugees, the youth to have opportunities versus those who've already got the jobs. So when we talk about integration, it's also about how you create employment. America integrates its immigrant population in a way because it's found a way to be able to generate growth at a quicker rate than Europe has been able to do. And I don't want to get too boring about economics here, but I think the fact that Europe has not worked out how to unleash its service sector, that aspect, which is 70% of European GDP, that you're limiting the capacity for employment and therefore the capacity for integration. So I would simply say Europe does have choice over its destiny. It can control its future. They're tough political choices that most politicians have not been willing to make.
I'd love to ask the question, which is a different topic of who's Europe, but that's a different issue. But Jacob's shaking his head here.
No, I just want to push back on actually the original point that you made, and actually pretty much agree with what Robin just said, which is that there is no economic argument for Europe responding to the way it has to the recent inflow of migrants. I mean,
to stop it right there then, why has Europe responded the way it's responded?
It's identity
Most
politics.
of you are Europeans.
It's identity politics. It's basically a perception in large parts of the population and the electorate that there is no control over the border. It's not even a numbers game. Net migration into the EU is well over 1 million people every year in the 21st century. It's comparable to the United States. It's the feeling of loss of control that has happened that has led to the fueling of the...
So how does Europe get that? I'm not sure you can have control in the 21st century of anything, but that's my own bias. But how do you recapture, if you ever had it, control over these variables? Anyone? Well, Mirta.
I think the sense of, I think the problems that Europe have been facing beyond financially are critical here. I think the political challenges that we've been facing, the lack of European identity, the fact that we've been challenging, as you've said, I know it's perhaps a different topic you want to get to later, but who are we? What is Europe? Where are we going? I think they're critical here. The fact that we are in such a turmoil, in such a political crisis of what we are, and we're basically disintegrating into a collection of states, more or less, and a purely nationalistic view, each and every one of us, of everything, especially in dealing with this issue, has been key here. And perhaps we had a more coordinated approach of who we are, where we want to go, and how can we deal with this crisis or not. Could be, the timing is difficult. Not to place any excuses here, but I think the timing has been critical here in terms of where Europe finds itself at this particular time.
If governments, to finish this point, I think if governments cannot give the impression to their populations that they understand how they're at least going to try to manage this huge process of people coming to Europe, and people are going to come to Europe. I think it was David who just said a minute ago, you're at the front end of a huge movement of people, not refugees, economic migrants potentially, coming from sub-Saharan Africa, heading towards Europe. Europe's been living in naive la-la land. I have to say, thinking that some having open Schengen borders internally without having some sort of external system that would give confidence to internal populations has really created a lot of the populism that we see.
And let me keep on pushing, because you started that sentence with the word if. I would answer it by saying I see no movement anywhere at the EU level, at the national level, at local levels. Quite the opposite. I see most politics racing away from this towards nationalism, tribalism, everything you just said, Mirto. Where's the optimism? Where's the leadership? Why, what do we see out there that would expect us to see this begin to reverse itself? Where's it going to come from?
I think it has to come, sorry.
We don't see anything, though. We see...
Oh, but you have to speak louder.
We see the exact opposite. So, personally, I am very pessimistic, but I'm pessimistic with a hope, always.
Hopeful pessimism.
Hope
it's a new category.
But what we see at the moment is it's an opportunity to mention clearly that what we have experienced as a result, as many speakers explained, of ideological confusion in Europe. We are confused. And that has led to a lack of vision. So there is no vision. And the lack and all the reflexes have been anti-humanitarian reflexes. So there is a very big problem. The values that we promote in our societies at the moment. Now I want to mention that the efforts that we see that are undertaken at the moment, and I will bring the EU-Turkey deal as an example, are really going towards the very, very wrong directions. So what is Europe's response? Is to basically undermine the whole concept of international protection by transferring its responsibility, moral and legal responsibility, to another country by political or financial exchanges. That is very serious. So now Europe is a key player in the world, is a key regional player, and considers, which is even more severe, that this is a success, and wants to further reproduce this example to other countries. There is a blueprint idea for 16 other countries that include 4 of the major refugee-producing countries in the world: Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia, Afghanistan. Well, we can just erase from the map the word refugee and refugees overall, and have the problem solved. Keeping problems away is not a problem. If we don't bring humanity back in the way we conceive our policies, it's a problem. So maybe we need to think today that one of the reasons that we have collectively, we as the EU and member states, collectively and individually, we need to rethink how to promote in our own societies, first, the ideas of, I will repeat.
This is the hopeful part, I bet.
And then we can only go and do the same outside of Europe, as we ought, instead of negotiating with
I'm going to come to Marcus here, but one fact. Spain has had a negotiated agreement with Morocco for a number of years now. In fact, the template for Turkey, Germany was Spain, Morocco. So this is an old, not old, but this is a diplomatic solution to, in effect, export your responsibility to protect to people who probably don't have a robust history of protecting even their own citizens. Marcus.
Sorry, I wanted to go back to the question that you asked earlier. Where does the hope come from and how do we begin to change it? Because it's a bit of a cliche, but I think we change it with the young. And if one sees even with Brexit, you know, the sort of age differences between the people who are afraid or want to vote out and the people that we've seen, because we run shelters for young unaccompanied children in Greece.
Explain who we is.
Sorry,
just tiny context.
It's a Greek organization that does a lot with interpretation. We have 300 interpreters in 30 different languages. And we also do a lot of different actions for the protection of unaccompanied children. One of those is that we run transit shelters for children in the main entry islands. And we've started running since January programs in each of those where we do joint activities for the children in the shelters with children of local schools or local universities, like in Lesbos and in Samos. And those we see that, you know, if you start the children doing classes together, playing together, doing joint excursions, there's no issue, whatsoever, because they're children, they play, and then, those children, the Greeks will grow up, without having any fear of the unknown and whatever. So I think that's really where addressing the problem begins. Yeah. Kurt?
I like the word micro that you mentioned. Mm-hmm. Let me take you back to the Piraeus port a few months ago, where there were about 2,500 to 3,000 people at that time who shared 2 toilets and no showers. And Myrto and I had the privilege of walking into what they call the stone warehouse. And when the refugees discovered that I could speak Arabic, within about 60 seconds, a community meeting happened. And in typical Middle Eastern style, the older men were in the front circle, and the younger men, there was no circle for women, so they were watching from the outside. So I felt right at home. Okay? It didn't mean that women didn't have something to say, but they said it in a different way. Probably the most outstanding point of that time together was they said, we're on our way to Europe, and Greece is Europe, and we thought something was true about Europe that didn't turn out to be true. It's not actually democratic, and they don't actually respect human rights. So here we say
the Europeans do not respect human rights.
Yes. So now what do we do? Another comment was, we don't have a voice in what's happening to us. Well, isn't that one of the basic ideas of democracy? At least you can have a voice about it. Maybe nobody will listen, but you can at least talk. So from experiences in Jordan, Lebanon, Turkey, Germany, and Greece, refugees are aware that we don't have, our bank accounts are empty, both literally and democratically. We don't have what they thought we could offer. And they accept that. That's the way life is. So can we sit down, and I'm going to put a Greek brand on this. The word that I heard earlier is the xenophilia, the hospitality, the love of strangers. That's a Greek brand. That's a thing about Greeks, right? The food tells you, the wine tells you, the sun tells you. So we can change this by listening, again at the micro level, by listening to refugees and giving them a different role than the humanitarian system currently gives them, which is you are the object of what we will do. Because this will not work. You cannot have an answer now from half of the equation.
I want to use that story to pivot to the title, Philanthropy. Because I had the privilege also of being in Piraeus and in the stone warehouse. And what most struck me, among many other things, was the complete absence of government. That this was not the UN, this was not the EU, this was not Greece, this was not Athens. This was philanthropy, individual philanthropy, collective philanthropy, Greek philanthropy, in a pretty well-organized, self-organized camp by some just heroic people. Are we at a point where, whether it's a crisis or not, we've made it into a crisis? Is it philanthropy's role? Government maybe can't handle this. Are we at a place where the burden is shifting de facto, if not de jure? Put aside whether that's good or bad, and if so, what do we do with it? Let's start down there and work back, because everybody, and then Joel after Gary.
Yeah, I'm privileged enough to see how philanthropy has responded to this, and frankly, it's been extremely impressive how different philanthropic players have come together. I mean, there's the very big project, the EPIM project, which the Arcos Foundation is part of. There are incredible responses, but the thing I really want to talk about is the swimming pool amounts of money that foundations and philanthropy has. So there are incredible things happening, both in terms of very long term, what's going to happen next, as well as how do we deal with the crisis now, happening at a philanthropic level by NGOs, by foundations, and so on.
By individuals.
By individuals. But it's minute, it's finite resources, and in fact it should be.
But we heard earlier that money's not the issue. So money either is or is not the issue.
Well, let me just try and finish this, because actually money is the issue, because in fact we still have structures in the world that are not dealing with the crisis that it currently is. So one of the other things we need to look at is UN reform. We have to start looking at what does UNHCR do? Why are we so obsessed with definitions and legal clauses and the rest of it? There has to be a moment where we, in meetings like this, start challenging very conventional views that no longer actually have validity. If you don't say that, you're never going to get anywhere. And one of the big problems is that a lot of money is caught up in institutions that actually aren't as flexible, are not as agile, are unable to respond quickly. And if philanthropy shows the way with swimming pool money, maybe governments need to follow.
I would be willing to place a bet that we will not see UN reform in our lifetimes, but that's a different bet.
But actually, I think there is another element.
Unfortunately.
To this. It's not just the UN. I mean, you know, the refugees, the whole migrant issue is a conundrum for the, shall we say, international development industrial complex, the World Bank, the other multinational development banks, etc., because they can't deal with it. The problem that they face is that migrants, refugees, have lousy credit histories. You can't actually give them a loan. And if you can't give someone a loan, well then organizations like the World Bank and et cetera can't really be very effective, I would argue. And the big driver of global capital flows, growth in emerging and developing countries, which is private investments, don't really apply either. So you're left with aid and grant financing, which is very clearly the private philanthropic sector, because overall, money is not a problem, but development aid is a huge problem because governments are going to keep cutting that.
Refugees also don't have a voice. So they don't have a voice, they don't have a vote, and they don't have money. Why is this going to change? Unless philanthropy, in fact, takes lead. Mirto?
I think philanthropy has taken a central role, or an increasing role in this particular case, only because civil society has done so. I mean, especially, drawing from our experience in Greece, up until the borders closing and the EU-Turkey deal, civil society, NGOs, volunteers, so many civil actions on the ground, dealing with the problem even before the UN coming there or not coming there at all, even before even the larger NGOs coming here, so many grassroots efforts coming in. And I think one of the roles that we have come to play has been to strengthen this, and this is key, and this comes back a bit to your earlier question about what can be done for the future and how can we change all this and negativity and going to the future and as a drive for change of how Europe sees this. Civil society, at least to an extent, has been crucial in this, and Piraeus is a wonderful example of this. Complete absence of the government, complete absence of any central collaboration, a handful of NGOs doing magnificent work and shifting it all. And this is one of the reasons why the way that at least we've experienced this as a foundation has been completely different to any other work that we've been doing. You have to be on the ground, in the field, with them as much as possible to see what's going on, to identify the gaps, to see where the needs are. You have to be proactive purely. And this has been extraordinary in terms of operations on our end as well. But it has all been because NGOs have done such a remarkable work, and because we have been able to support that if you monitor closely enough.
Joel?
I'd like to make just a small but I think important point, making a distinction between charity and philanthropy. And I think both are vitally important here. And what's interesting
and you
about...
need to explain
right.
what you mean by the difference.
Well, charity would be the relief of immediate human suffering. Immediate needs of food, clothing, shelter, and the need to address that and to do it with some degree of urgency. Philanthropy is a broader scale. It's thinking about institutions. It's thinking about social arrangements. It's thinking about how we actually address the problem. And it's thinking in new and creative ways. So philanthropy, it's not a coincidence that it's connected to schools, to cultural organizations, to hospitals, to new ways to improve the way that human society operates. So I do think in looking at an immediate crisis like this, it's important to see it in its immediate terms, but also to be thinking in broader ways and be thinking about new ways of approaching an age-old problem.
Kurt, you wanted to respond. We also want to invite anyone who has a question, a comment, no, that's not true. We don't want comments, we want questions. That sort of push this along. Kurt, and then we'll open, and there are microphones somewhere, and for some reason the clock disappeared, so I have no idea what day it is. Never mind what time it is. Or what year. Please.
An interesting paradigm to think about philanthropy is the theory of disruption. And in that theory of disruption, you have an incumbent industry that serves a certain set of customers very well. And you have another segment that is totally underserved and neglected. And the disruptor identifies those people and figures out a better way to serve them, generally at lower cost. So that's a terrific role, or terrific paradigm through which to look at the role of philanthropists, because it requires, to be a disruptor means you have to tread water for a long time. You're going to demonstrate new things. Just as an aside, in the Greek situation, the numbers of young Greeks who get this thing about refugees, that we need to talk to them, we need to listen to them, we need to do stuff, means that you can take both sides of the equation, the Greek side and the refugee side, through that lens of young people who want to work together and talk together. So it's possible, we have more potential for disruption if we can see ourselves as disruptors than perhaps ever than we've seen so far.
Jason, I thought I saw you waving at us. Do you have a question? Yeah. We need a microphone and you need to identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Jason Glazer from La Isla Foundation. Actually, per a point Kurt made, I want to ask Murdo a question because you were on the ground. When the EU and the UN made these decisions that have impacted this group of people that are coming through Greece, did you experience a moment or a time of investigation by the EU or the UN or the larger decision-making bodies where they interface with the philanthropists or the NGOs on the ground, or much less, to your point, the people who are being treated as objects, to come up with the decision, the kind of cynical decision with Turkey?
Not at all, and I think it's funny how you mentioned this, because it's been striking, and we've been talking about this morning, it's been striking how in this particular case, at least in our experience, because we look at the humanitarian crisis on the NGO side and we look more into that effectively, and we're working closely with those. But we have a glimpse through meetings and through conversations with members of the UNHCR or embassies, and I participate in these meetings, and I've never seen such disparity between the two. It's like we're talking about a different issue, a different world completely. The two are completely different. So to my experience, I don't know if others can say more about this, because they speak to the national and international bodies more, but I think not at all, and it's just two different worlds, and this is something that we have to change in the future. I mean, any policy has to take into account, to an extent, the humanitarian implications that it entails.
Maybe I'll put the government hat on. It's a cynical deal that had to be done, in the sense that Angela Merkel was the leader who stepped up and said, look, the situation is unsustainable with these huge numbers coming over because of the crisis in Syria, which in a way we in the West at some level have some responsibility for and in. But these, we live in democracies. If you live in democracies and a majority of your people think that you're not in control, you will end up with populist parties. Until governments show that they have some aspect of control, the political situation will worsen. And I have to say, I am concerned about democracy within the Western states, as well as I'm concerned about the future of refugees. And the cynicism that's been applied, I think, by governments who've ignored the vulnerability and weaknesses of Europe's ability to deal with migrants and refugees, and two different issues, I think. I keep pointing, we have legal obligations to refugees, and migration is somewhat different. But the fact that deals have been done, there's some breathing space has to be created, I think, by the governments to start to put in place systems to draw people in a way that does not feed the people smugglers, the corruption, and that ultimately is undermining the confidence of people in their governments. So, yeah, bad deal, I agree. Cynical. Is Turkey fully able, although it's taken in 2.5 million refugees, more than we've done in Europe, but is it the perfect place to send people back to? Are some of the other models bad? I'm sure. But governments have got to, as long as they do get control of this moment, work out a layered system where you're involved in diplomacy in the region, where you're trying to help refugees in camps in neighboring cities, where you're actually starting to do a proper ID and processing system as people arrive in countries, and where you do provide a legal route for immigration, because the problem is the link up of immigration and refugees is what's undermining, I think, all the citizens. Until you have that last layer, like America does to a certain extent, where people know they can move and there's a system to get them in, this chaos, the chaos will undermine the democracy that we appreciate so much in Europe.
One could imagine that process could have started earlier, since this is not exactly a surprise that people are trying to come to Europe, as you pointed out with the numbers. Andreas, you have a question. There's a question back. So we need a microphone here.
Hi. Yeah, Alan, you alluded to it at the beginning about the question about politics. And Marietta spoke about this crisis of management. Jerry talked about the large swimming pools, but they're still swimming pools. And it's one thing that we, as a foundation, we always say to internally, we're here to complement, we're not here to replace. So I see us all here trying to replace, basically, effectively, to solve the problem. The question is, can we do anything about the main problem, which I think is lack of leadership in the political arena? Because that all starts from the main conductor. The main conductor is the state, the governments who have to establish the policy, and then we all, in our respective roles, can actually complement in many ways. So it all starts, do you agree that it all starts from the lack of political leadership and the absence of conductors?
That partly is a rhetorical question, I think, because there is clearly a leadership deficit in the world. There's a question over. Do we have two microphones, or are we going to? We don't have. Microphone's going the wrong way. Why don't we keep one on one side and one over there?
Very good discussion, thank you. My name is Nikos Karalambidis from Greenpeace. I react to the point of Robin. Sorry for Nikos and Robin. Many of us have been discussing about if this cynical deal was a necessary step. The truth is that this step, necessary or not, agree or disagree, has actually reinforced the xenophobic and populistic narrative in Europe. So no matter if we theoretically see it as a necessary step, it worked the other way around. So my question is, how can turn this around? Because disruption can go both ways. Can strengthen the business as usual or go to a better direction. So my question to you, Robin, or anybody else is, what is the step from now on where we stand that we can change this narrative?
So the question is how to change the narrative. There's also, I have to go back, who's we, Tonto, is always a question you have to ask.
All of us, it's civils, I mean, being
we sitting here are partly trying to change the narrative by having this conversation.
Actually, if you hear what we've been discussing so far, is we're talking about the absence of the Greek state to start with, and also we're talking about a European Union, the institution of Europe that decided to step back and reassure that they have control of the situation. So step back, close the border, and by doing that, actually reinforcing a xenophobic narrative, so going the other way around. If this is we, I mean, the ones willing to, could be foundations, could be civil society, could be citizens, whatever.
I would agree that those are all the issues. Jacob?
No, I mean, I guess I would take issue with the belief that if you hadn't closed the border, we can debate how it was done, but I am quite sympathetic to Robin's point that this had to be done. Because we're talking about counterfactuals here, and the counterfactual, if you had let inflows continue of the magnitude that you saw late last year and early this year, that the xenophobic reaction across Europe wouldn't have been much higher than it is today, I think is just not credible. It would have been much worse. That's my basic point.
Well, we know that can't be tested. Gary?
I'm going to take issue with some of what's being said, partly because my problem is, if this was a black swan event, which you can argue whether it should have been or it shouldn't have been, can we all agree on this panel that it's not likely to stop? The numbers are likely to increase. And what are the solutions to deal with that? Because otherwise we're essentially debating whether a decision was made, whether people were ready, whether the right procedures were followed. Who cares? What's the next set of challenges that we have to get ready for? And I'm not sure. Maybe we don't all agree. Maybe it's going to suddenly stop. Or are there going to be more and more migrants, and are we going to have to start?
And to your point, according to the UN, there are 1.5 billion, 2 billion people in Africa in 2015. There will be 2.4 billion in 2030. Unless you have the African Renaissance, which doesn't seem very likely and pretty soon, that which looks like an arrow pointing up to Europe is an arrow pointing up to Europe as to where those people are going to be moving. You have to assume that this is a permanent. I could be wrong. Is it permanent or not permanent? Do we agree?
It's not just permanent. I think you're going to have many, many millions more migrants coming, but the way the narrative needs to change is we need those migrants. Europe needs the immigration. I mean, the Commission did a study 3 years ago, if I remember the numbers right. The EU needs net immigration of 2.5 million people per year just to be able to sustain the worker to dependency ratio that we have right now. There have been no political leaders who have been willing to make that point or make that statement and state it. And if you look at the microcosm of Brexit, the Brexit debate, here we are with the British government trying to squeeze into 6 weeks the case of why immigration actually, maybe if not even is good, that we have the immigrants who've come to the UK contributing more net to the exchequer than they're taking out, doing a lot of the jobs, the type of work in hospitals, in caring for elderly populations you need. That discussion has not happened and needs to take place. But if you've got to create the breathing space for that, is my only point. And to the extent that the deal with Turkey is meant to include the equal number of immigrants being brought in for every person who's sent out, if that happens, then you can start to change the narrative. You will take in as many people as would have come, but you're doing it through a system that isn't smugglers taking people in boats. If you do that, you lose the democratic argument.
But they have to smuggle them across in the first place to be sent back and then sent to Europe. That's what's so absurd about it.
There's a question and a microphone back there.
I want to be challenged.
Yes, good morning. My name is Iunis Kodelis. I'm retired ambassador. I'm president of the Special Olympics Hellas. My question goes to Mr. Rhodes and his analysis about, the Islam, the extreme Islam, and how can actually Muslims and Christians can live together in a rather long-term period. I have the experience, Mr. Rhodes, of the Arab world because I spent 8 years in the Middle East, in the Maghreb. It is true what you say that you can find, of course, a lot of Arabs who are well-educated people. You can discuss with them philosophy about everything. Nevertheless, there is a point where I think the religion is coming in. And I mean in the everyday issues like, for instance, the question of what happens in a mixed marriage. How do a Christian and a Muslim can live together, what their children will become, which religion they focus. So my question is whether you think that it is realistic to believe that in the long term there can be a coexistence of these two different religions in an environment like the European one, where we have already noticed that for many decades, where we have a lot of immigrants, they live together.
Why don't we get Kurt?
Yes. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And indeed, part of that question really is, are the refugees going to change Europe, or is Europe going to change the refugees, or some combination of both? And can you imagine that in, about 30 seconds?
30 seconds. I'll try 29 seconds. I'll give an example that will point us in the direction of further discussion. Prior to 2000, the young Muslims in America, and to a great extent in the UK, as they live in a liberal democratic society, their ideas about people's rights, separate from their religious convictions, was growing. Once the crises of the beginning 2000s happened, and everybody retreated into their various corners and started rebuilding ideas that were going to make it hard to have fruitful discussions. It has been possible to have very fruitful dialogue, conversations, and relationships with Muslims and Christians, especially over issues that, if we look at Lebanon, where you have the Christian, Muslim, and Jews in the past, and you have different kinds of Muslims who do intermarry, who do share families. The Balkan areas were to a great extent in Yugoslavia that way, and that was one of the things that ripped people apart. So the fact that people can cross these ideological and religious barriers is part of the anguish of these great conflicts in the past decade and a half. So it's like orange juice. It's not for everybody. Some people prefer tea, but it is possible, and there are examples of it.
I know no one who doesn't like orange juice. There's a question right there. So
Michael Skoulos, professor and chairman of the Mediterranean Information Office for Environment, Culture and Sustainable Development, which is the federation of the NGOs of the Mediterranean, North and South. In the discussion, I think we started by the assumption that all solutions can be found from the activities in Greece or in Europe. I think there are two important components that were not raised. Can we learn from the past? My thesis is only partly, because today we have 8 million. In 60s we had 3 million. The ratio between Europeans and the rest was quite different. And we have a case there. The second is to what extent symbols play a role. In my visits in the region in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you had only a small percentage of veiled women in the Arab countries. Now you have them all veiled. Radical or not, what people in Europe observe is a mixture of what they, not the educated, not the well-prepared, and among them also politicians, they see it as an invasion. At the same moment, they see an economic crisis. They cannot make the distinction between these things. And we have to see the combined effect and to what extent upstream initiatives outside Europe can help in dealing with the overgrowth or overpopulation, and also in accepting, perhaps we have to start understanding that Europe will change, should change, and accept in the majority of their women around a big percentage of veiled women. Are we prepared for that? Are we ready to educate ourselves for that? If we are not, some of the solutions proposed until now have no future.
I think thank you for that. I think as Robin said, however we got here, clearly in a perfect world, you need some time to adjust all over the place. I would argue Europe could use a foreign policy, for example. I would also argue that the US has an enormous role to play that we've not been playing. If I was living in any of these 20 countries that are sending refugees north, I'd be coming north. Most of you would be coming north. The question is, are we going to commit to trying to change any of those conditions? I'd argue, I'm skeptical. There is a UN summit on refugees in September. One can at least be hopeful that the UN understands these are issues that need to be addressed, are going to try to bring people together and start with what we don't have, what are the rules of the road? We lack rules of the road globally accepted, and perhaps that'll happen in September. I'm a confirmed skeptic. There's a question and a microphone over there. Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, my name is Ian Brown from Salzburg Global Seminar. I wanted to thank the panel for their concentration on these issues of the societal narrative, which I think in the conversations, at least that I've had, have been particularly prominent. I wanted to ask, as I think many of the panelists have pointed out, that civil society has an important role in addressing these questions of what is European society, how do we control the situation at hand, how manageable is it, and what are the potential benefits. What role do you see the media playing in this? Because at least from my own perspective, they seem to have perhaps amplified more the uncontrollability and the problems involved more than they have the
to
potential.
bifurcate that, you're asking both what role are they playing and what role should they be playing?
Yes.
Does anyone want to take a whack at it? Joel?
Just a really quick point. I think the media actually has has two sides to it.
Social media.
In one way, the media is serving consumers and thinks about the people who watch, listen, or read their content as consumers. I do think that one element that we probably all share here is we see another dimension, which is all of us as citizens of our country, but probably also citizens of the world, to use the cosmopolitan theme. So it's just something to bear in mind, and I do think we see something playing out there where big sections of the media are thinking about the audience purely as consumers, where there's another dimension that needs to be brought in.
That said, we all saw, because of the media, that famous, infamous picture of the boat a couple weeks ago tipping over and people literally falling into the ocean. The question isn't, did the media play their role? The question is, why wasn't there outrage around the world that no one reacted to that picture in any way that I know of, at the government level, at the private level? Nothing changed. Remember the picture a couple years ago with the dead baby? And supposedly this was going to be the social media moment, which, oh my God, everyone will understand this is a crisis. Nah, came and went, lots of other pictures. Marietta, we need hope.
I do believe, I think that civil society, the media and the politicians all have a responsibility to contribute to changing the discourse. Words do matter. The photos and the images we project do matter. We have to go out of this burden sharing, migrants, refugees, and talk about humans and start projecting positive images of these people of success, because there are also lots of images of success. It's not about burden, it's about opportunity. So I do think that if we all take a share in explaining this, be more vocal and be more vocal against of what should not be happening, we have a great chance all together to re-establish the hope. My organization had to change the way we normally work, and that was because on European soil we found a lot of difficulties in carrying out the humanitarian work we do, lots of abstraction by the state, because we saw that the only way to influence was to raise our voice. So, for example, we went quite far in advocating against policies that is not necessarily something that has been the case for all the other places where we work. And we also started working very, very closely with volunteers and civil society initiatives. That again is not something that we do in other places in the world. And I do think everybody has to change, not changing and just freezing everything or or turning our back away is not a solution. So I want to object to yours and Jacob's statement that there could have been no other solution. We do not have time to lose. We should have started doing this long time ago. So every second counts, and there is time to, but we need to act quick to change the discourse.
And I think that's a terribly important point. The notion of changing the narrative has come up a couple times. Burdened opportunity, maybe it is economics. I actually think technology has a role to play, which works in the other direction, but that's a different issue. But burdened opportunity, I think, is terribly important. There's time for one last question.
Setting the example, sorry. We have to set examples. Only by setting the example we'll make other countries, do and reproduce the positive example instead of a negative one.
Which reminded me of the other thing you said a moment ago that I think is terribly important, and it is part of this, what is the role of philanthropy going forward? You've just said it. Everybody's going to have to change, and I suspect philanthropy, at its broadest definition, is going to take a much more aggressive role. It isn't about them all figuring it out and what space is left for philanthropy. It's rather, they've left all of this space, and it's up to philanthropy, broadly defined, to begin moving, civil society to begin moving, as you all have done. There's people all. I'm not in charge of the clock. They're waving at me back there.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you all the panelists. This has been a great discussion. I do think that this is a political problem, nothing more, nothing less. I am surprised that everyone feels surprised from the way the public has reacted to this. If you look through massive population movements throughout history, when they're sudden, that's what happens. People react to them exactly the same way. We are afraid of them. That's a fact of human nature. What troubles me is why, given the fact that this has been playing out for a while now, we are aware of the fact that there are massive population movements in the making, 60, 70 million people, not only because of conflicts, but for environmental reasons as well. Why are not governments reacting? Are they simply unprepared? Are they incompetent? Is there a lack of leadership? I don't necessarily buy that. But are they really seeing something else that is playing out slowly that they're really afraid of? Are they seeing massive demographic shifts in the future that they don't really know how to face? Having gone through, open markets, glorifying globalization, having seen all these things not really solved all the problems that we hoped that they were going to solve. Are they now facing something that may change the character of these countries for the long run that are really afraid of? Or are they simply incompetent, which I don't believe?
I think we are out of time, but it's your clock. And I think the answer to that is yes. And people may disagree, but I think we would all share the notion that we're on the cusp of some just dramatic changes in the globe, in how the global system works. We're in major changes in how global economies interact. We clearly have climate change. Most of what we know over the last 50 years is beginning to change at a very fast pace. And it's not surprising at all that governments like to make America great again, for example. Mm-hmm. We want to go back to something we remember as safer, better, easier, of course. That doesn't allow us to answer any of the issues that we have all put on the table. And since we are out of time, last urgent thing you have to share.
No, I just want to, one thing. I mean, the problem actually is that governments are acting in Europe, but they're acting nationally, and they're acting in one way only, which is to increase the barriers very dramatically, which basically prevents the opportunity for Robin laying out that you need to have some sort of legalized framework with which you can bring migrants in. You may run the risk of not even having that.
I want to make one point just on Andreas's question earlier on about the role of philanthropy. I'm not involved in the same way, but it strikes me this area between what governments do and what philanthropists do is a really difficult one, because you don't want to take over the role of government. The two spaces that strike me, or maybe they're interlinked, as absolutely critical are supplementing education, so language, that ability that means that the new generation that come in, the kids, the children of immigrants or refugees, are not disadvantaged and pulled off and left into that space where you then play to the negative narrative of what these people are. And the other part, which is the same, is transitions to work. There's some great work done by philanthropies trying to connect immigrants or refugees, whichever space we're in here, into work. So I think the work element and aspects of supplementing education, trying to be the bridge while governments catch up. And yes, they shouldn't be catching up. They should have been ready, but they're governments. You know, governments are slow. I mean, that's what they do.
But there is another issue which Marietta's brought up, and their organization has been willing to take an enormous risk and say this is wrong. And I think that is a role that philanthropy has not traditionally played, and it's interesting that you've been prepared to do it. Mirto, last question. Last comment, rather.
Yes, one comment about the role that philanthropy has been playing and how it's been, I mean, we all talk about how foundations work and how collaboration between foundations is critically important. I think in this particular case, it's even more so. We're talking about programs, initiatives that are dealing with the same problem across the spectrum, essentially with the same population needs, so people moving from Greece to Germany, let's say. So we have so many more lessons to learn from foundations. I'm sure you can testify to that, from the experience of other foundations, NGOs between themselves, foundations collaborating more closely in this particular issue, I think is even more critical.
Joe, I lied. You get the last word. The question, yeah, I'd like you to comment. Ethics, morality has sort of floated through all this. But it clearly hasn't been a driving force of what's been going on. How you've spent your life thinking about that issue. Is there any chance, it goes back to your hope question, is there any chance to get people to look at those pictures and say, we've got to do something different?
I think so, and I'm glad that you brought it together, because I think often ethics is misunderstood as being just purely altruism, you know, purely charity. But actually sort of inspired by sort of the classical understanding of ethics. Ethics is about human flourishing, and it's about how to live well. And part of that is obviously our relation to others. One can't even understand one's own self or one's own interests unless one understands his or her relationship with other people. And so this problem, while it may seem out there or might seem something to be kept at bay, it's really about us, it's really about ourselves. And to use the language of politics, there is some self-interest in handling this problem or addressing this problem. Just very briefly, it was mentioned before, the ecological crisis in the Mediterranean, right? Does anyone really think that's an intractable problem? Well, it's a difficult problem, it's a collective action problem, it's very hard to deal with. But it's in each group's and each individual's self-interest to get this thing cleaned up so that we can live in a clean environment. Well, the refugee issue is not unlike that. We're sort of all in this together. And so it's not something to be seen as just perhaps altruistic or humanitarian, but there's some self-interest as well. And I think when those two things come together, there is some hope that people can sort of, as they say, do the right thing.
Our goal in this session was to have a conversation, and I think we did that. I want to thank all of you for first listening, second asking, and third for continuing the conversation, because this was intended to start something, not end something. So over the course of the next 2 days, I'm sure everyone here would be delighted to continue this conversation, as would I. So again, thank all of you very much, and thank you.
Can you hear me? Thank you to all of the speakers. That was a very lively discussion. I'm sure one of many to follow. We're moving on with plenary session number 2. The topic is the Mediterranean region and its environmental challenges. I would like to request Mr. Dimitris Karavelas, Executive Director of WWF Greece and the panel moderator, to get on stage along with the panelists.
Την τζόνισες τώρα. No, I don't think so.
Your name?
Dimitri.
Dimitri.
Yeah.
Hello. Can I ask you please to sit down so we can start the next panel? If you want to have lunch on time, please sit down so we can start. Thank you. And I would ask everyone from outside to move inside, please, and close the door. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I understand that we are the session that stands between you and your lunch, so we will try and keep to our time. Let me just start by thanking the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for choosing to have such an important session in the context of this very important conference and inviting us to be a part of this. In the interests of time, I will
not introduce each of our panelists. You see their names up on the slide, and you can read their bios. Suffice to say that they're a great group of people, experts in their own field, and I'm really looking forward to this discussion. So over the next hour and a half, or just a little less than that, we will be having a conversation about the environmental challenges in a region such as the Mediterranean. Now, the Mediterranean, by many writers, of course, has been described as a mosaic of people, of history, as we heard earlier on, of civilizations, of religions, but of course also it's a mosaic of amazing landscapes and seascapes and an amazing biodiversity. And these two aspects, of course, are very closely linked to each other. The Mediterranean Sea in particular is recognized as one of the global biodiversity hotspots. It has a large degree of endemism associated with it. That means species that are found in the Mediterranean are only found, many species found in the Mediterranean are only found in this particular region of the world. So it's a very valuable region, but at the same time it's a very, very vulnerable region. I like the closing remarks of Professor Abulafia this morning about the 21st century Mediterranean being broken and in need of repair. A lot of that also applies to the environment in the Mediterranean. If one looks at the threats that the region faces, the environmental threats, it's a pretty long and daunting list. Climate change, eutrophication, desertification, loss of habitat and biodiversity, water scarcity. In fact, a number of studies indicate that looking at the sort of hierarchy of threats and ranking these threats on a global level, unfortunately, actually, the Mediterranean ranks very, very high, if not at the top for many of these threats. And of course, these threats are linked to a number of drivers. We heard earlier on about tourism and the impacts of tourism on the environment, urbanization, overexploitation of natural resources, overfishing, a very big issue, agriculture, transport, oil and gas exploration. So a lot there, both in terms of the threats and also the drivers that are behind them. And of course, we heard earlier on about the very serious social, political, and economic challenges, crises that the region is facing. So where does this put the environment? What can we actually say about the environmental challenges? In this discussion, we'd like to focus on three sections. We'd like to look at, hold a brief discussion about the challenges themselves, see how they relate to other aspects, other challenges that we're facing in the region, and finally, see where we can go from here, what the future holds for us. So starting on the topic of challenges, perhaps, Michael, I know you've been involved for many years on the aspect of water scarcity. The Mediterranean is one of the driest regions in the world. We have something like 3%, I think, of the world's freshwater resources. Do we really need a crisis to understand the challenge of water scarcity in the Mediterranean, or is there increasing recognition of this?
Well, let me first start by thanking you that picked the word of mosaic in the Mediterranean. It links with the previous discussion. It was always broken, the Mediterranean. And we need to understand that we have this mosaic of solid pieces of immense durability with deep roots. And although we have imprinted differences in our DNA, we still have the Mediterranean picture. And this picture, to a large extent, is due, in my understanding, because of the environment. And this gives an in inverted commas, this Mediterranean identity. So starting with that, the water scarcity was always an important element of this landscape. And people were very innovative in addressing this. Now, today we have many more challenges. because of the differences in lifestyle, so abstraction of water. Imagine that we have, as you said, 3% of the water resources. We have around 180 million out of the 460 million water poor in the Mediterranean. So the area has already problems without refugees, without additional requests because of tourism, and this is an issue. If you bring the climate change challenge into the picture, you have micro and mega challenges. When I say micro, is perhaps in every area where you have abstraction, you have salinization of the groundwaters, but you have also mega problems like in the Nile. You have issues that, I mean, going to the sources of Nile. In the coming years, we expect to have a higher flow for some period because of melting you know, changes in the sources, but later on, you may expect to have a real crisis in the Nile. And when you bring in the history that was presented by David this morning on sharing the water resources in the Nile, this water issue becomes yet another issue for the stability of the region. Mind you that more than 15 million of people in the Nile Delta live in areas that are a few centimeters higher than the level of the sea today. So you have to see all these issues, and also the Mediterranean north, particularly the Adriatic, is water rich. But sub-Saharan Africa, Maghreb countries, Tunisia, Algeria, at the moment already pump from the non-renewable water resources, which is not just living without actually taking care of the future recharge, but also polluting the excellent quality water of this huge resource because of ad hoc management practices. So at the moment, we have a serious issue that requires serious efforts. At the same time, we have the transboundary issue. 90% of the water resources in the Balkans, the rich part of what are shared. And this is something on which, again, we need to, these are opportunities, all of that. And the final thing I want to say is that in many countries, see particularly Israel, Cyprus, Malta, the solution, in inverted commas again, is desalination. But this brings us to another issue, the issue of the nexus between water, energy. Food, and ecosystems. Right. So I stop here, but indeed the water issue, the landscape issue, and the socio-political and particularly the governance required, the governance issues that need to be dealt with are particularly complex, and our decisions for the future, if we have a future, lies exactly on that, on the governance issues.
Simeo, you've been traveling and working all over the Mediterranean in wetlands, but also as an architect, and many times in land planning, many times we've discussed the issue of space as a challenge, as a resource, a finite resource. Could you tell us a bit more about this?
Space, we have to recognize it as a resource, and one of the most important natural resources, which are important not only for humanity and its many activities, but it is also very important for nature, because we have to balance the two. Now, the Mediterranean has been inhabited for a very, very long time, thousands of years. And the people that live on its shores have played a key role in determining the quality of land and of space around the Mediterranean. But these last years, and it was pointed out this morning, we have a great increase of the human pressures on the Mediterranean. These increases started by two innocuous factors. On the one hand, visitors, tourists, and on the other, normal population growth. But tourism is now expanding far too much and draining resources, including land, and population growth is also extremely fastly increasing, both by natural demographics, but also by the movement of populations which are slowly moving towards the Mediterranean as a gateway to Europe. Therefore, the problem of space in the Mediterranean is becoming very critical. Through planning, regional planning, city planning, etc., efforts are being made to use land in a sustainable and reasonable manner. However, this does not seem to be sufficient now at the scale of problems, because land is being taken out of use by many reasons, including large infrastructure construction, but also lately, and unfortunately, by war. War is the worst thing for the management of land, and it has tremendous impacts. So if we want to face the Mediterranean in a reasonable manner, perhaps the first element is to reduce military conflict in the Mediterranean.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, you've been doing a lot of work and research on ethical challenges in global food policy. We were sharing a report the other day, an FAO report that was really looking at this trend of moving away from a traditional Mediterranean diet of fruits and legumes and more moderate intake of fish and meat, and going really towards a more Western red meat and dairy products.
The McDonald nutrition transition.
The McDonald nutrition transition. Okay.
Dimitri's already basically said it in a nutshell. The relationship between food and energy and water, climate, and the environment is so intertwined, inescapable. When we think about moving one piece, other pieces will start to crumble. For a very, very long time, and this has been a source of pride for the Mediterranean region, the Mediterranean diet has been held out as the most healthful diet. There are many, many debates about this in nutrition, but by and large, the Mediterranean way of eating, the way in which Dimitri has described it, is considered to be very good for human health. It is also, as it turns out, very good for planetary health. It is a very environmentally sustainable way of eating in terms of the impact on the local environment, and also in terms of economic well-being for local populations. What is happening is, just as Dimitri has described, more and more people in the Mediterranean are decreasing their consumption of fruits and vegetables. I feel like I'm somebody's new health education teacher in middle school here. You should eat more fruits and vegetables, but you ought to eat a lot of fruits and vegetables, not only for your own health, but also for the health of the planet. Eating more animal source foods, both fish and meat, takes a more significant toll on the environment in a number of ways that are problematic. From the standpoint of ethics and public policy, however, we get into difficult questions about who should tell whom what to eat, and what kinds of policies, if any, should governments put into place when it comes to trying to influence the consumer decisions of individual people. Now, if you layer on top of that the pressures to provide basic, not really nutrition, but basic foods in order to avoid essentially gross malnutrition among very desperately poor people or among migrants, it may seem that this question of encouraging people to eat more fruits and vegetables seems frivolous, but indeed they're very interconnected. It's important to emphasize that being able to provide not only sufficient calories for migrant refugee populations to ward off real malnutrition, that in order to provide an adequate, not just a sufficient to avoid malnutrition, but an adequate diet for minimal human health, you need to have fruits and vegetables provided, and not only grains. And so we are needing to think about how to produce more fruits and vegetables, eat less meat.
So we've heard about water, we've heard about the diet. Themios mentioned the land use changes. It seems to all converge, Bob, on the issue of agriculture. And it's a root cause or a root challenge, environmental challenge that the region needs to face?
Well, first of all, the deep history of agriculture in this region is indeed deep. And it's one of the parts of the world where the culture part of agriculture and the role of food in culture has been profound. So I resonate strongly with what Ruth has just said. So I think we have to all recognize that agriculture is dependent upon the qualities of the environment. It's dependent upon the whole range of natural resources that we think of when we think of environment. But it also puts at risk those same assets. And you're going to hear me over the course of this conversation probably allude to, and so I'm just going to come out and say it, I think that we are globally, finally, at the abyss, because it is an abyss, of facing up to the fact that Western industrialized agriculture, which we admire, which we build into our basic assumptions about the right way to do things because it's efficient, is a huge challenge, and something that I'm going to argue in the more optimistic part of this conversation, Greece has a marvelous, and the Mediterranean basin have a marvelous opportunity to help find the way out of. Soil erosion, water pumping, and the waste of water, greenhouse gases, I'll come back to that in just a minute, the use of plastics, transportation, refrigeration, all the supply chain issues, food waste. There's a whole range of things that agriculture directly threatens in a way. Biodiversity, the reliance particularly in annual crops on monocultures, less of an issue perhaps in permaculture or long-term perennials, fruit crops and so forth. And then there's a whole range of indirect effects that are environmental, that are caused by land use and other issues, manufacturing, fertilizer production, mining, phosphate is dependent upon mining, the whole issues of labor, both the shortage of it and the increased need for it, because there's a big labor-energy trade-off built into our modern way of doing agriculture. The whole question of rural infrastructure, the disinvestment in many parts of the world, including here, I believe, in rural infrastructure, which drives, in a certain way, the incentives toward urbanization. And then there are the whole set of issues that we've already heard a lot about this morning, political instability, mass migration, and so forth. I want to just use a moment, if I may, Dimitri, to just address the issue of climate change in terms of agricultural drivers of climate change. Mm-hmm. There's good news, but there's also some bad news. Let's start with the bad news. Estimates range from 20 to 50%. It really depends on what you count and how you count it. That global greenhouse gas emissions are driven by the global food system. The lion's share is driven by the agricultural production system itself. And then there's smaller elements, particularly notable are fertilizer manufacturing and refrigeration in the downstream chain of moving food from fields and farms to markets. There are mostly vulnerables for agriculture from climate change. We are contributors, and we're also really vulnerable. There was some talk a few years back, and there were some models run that maybe CO2 enrichment, CO2 fertilization in the atmosphere would somehow promote agricultural production in some crops at least. I think most of us who take this stuff seriously, scholarly and analytical areas, are pretty much convinced today that those outcomes were overestimated. So we're dealing with the vulnerabilities. So we have to think about a climate-smart agriculture going forward. And as we'll talk in the course of the rest of the conversation, there's some good things that can come from fairly straightforward changes. We don't have to have a whole lot of new technology in order to use what we know to make some progress.
And like you say, the opportunities are there for Greece and the Mediterranean, so we'll come back to that. Great. So Mycenae comes from a region that is about 2.5 hours away from here, Prespa region. For those of you who haven't visited Prespa, I would strongly encourage you visit it. It's a transboundary region shared by 3 countries, and Mycenae has had the privilege of living there for the last 25 or so years and has really achieved some great things on the ground together with a team of very committed people. So I really wanted to go to the more local level, albeit transboundary in Mycenae. If you were to think about the region that you've been working in and living in for so many years, what would you consider a critical environmental challenge at this stage in time?
Well, it seems that I represent the areas with low population, low density population, the areas from which people left. Actually, it is an isolated, sparsely populated area, Prespa, which suffered from translocation of people due wars or due migration. So, many years ago, the area has very big environmental, socio-economic problems. And actually, it was a great effort from all the 3 littoral states to boost development through large development plans, which of course didn't care about the environmental impact, which was huge at that time. But the worst was that all this energy, all these fine funds and were poured into the area, but the system wasn't there. The society wasn't there. The links between man and nature wasn't there. People were new to the area, so it was not easy for people to absorb and use this solution. It is, I think, interesting to point here that the change came from the environmentalists and conservationists who attracted to the area because of the huge environmental problems. And actually all indicators, the socio-economic, the environmental indicators, were very bad. So an external factor, international non-governmental organization working on the environment, came to the area and they tried to solve initially the environmental problems. But very soon, almost immediately, it was evident that we cannot solve any problem without linking it with society and economy. So we started working on these 3 issues in parallel. Sorry. And now, if you ask me, and of course, most of the indicators went much better, especially the environmental indicators. And now, if you ask me, which is the biggest challenge now we are facing is the fact that we have to re-establish the socio-ecological system that was in place. This system, in order to be established, has to go through the society. We had to work again and re-establish the territorial memory with people at national and transboundary level. Within a new framework, within the new modern framework, we had to retrieve the traditional ecological knowledge and combine it with research and innovation and modern life. We had to use and see the option of young generation. So now our great environmental challenge is to establish this system that will enable local communities to face changes. And I would like just to stress that neither society nor environment have the same terminology as they used to. I mean that talking about what is the society, which is a society in Prespa, you cannot confine it in this territory, but also you have people who are intervening and participate in decision making, but they don't live in the area. This is not necessarily bad, but just I want to give you this dimension. And also we have this environmental impact from climate change, for example, which comes from the area. So we need to find our own institutions, to invent our own ways and procedures in order to enable the society to confront all these changes. So I'm afraid that the great environmental challenge comes through the society.
Interesting. Simia, you want to mention something? No? Sorry. I was wondering, we mentioned the mosaic and the region being quite a different region. We're talking about challenges in the entire region. Would anyone like to comment on the regional differences that might exist? Michael, you mentioned water. Fisheries, for example, I know in some places, I mean, overfishing is unfortunately a problem throughout the region, but some places are worse than others. Climate change is impacting already some regions more than in others.
Yes. This is a very interesting question, and it has two answers, actually. The characteristics of the region are strong enough to guide environmental characteristics, to guide the countries and bring the countries together. Because of some of the difficulties, some of the minor changes become an excuse for sub-regionality. So we have to be very careful on that. We have to understand the valid argument about differences in the West and East Mediterranean, North and South. On the other hand, we should not play too much on this sub-regionality because this erodes the efforts
as an excuse for inaction
at the regional level.
Okay.
And allow me to say a few things about these efforts, because, and philanthropy. My argument is that the Mediterranean was the pioneer of the environment movement. It was started top-down by a number of organizations. I want to remind you of SIES, for example, the Commission Internationale pour l'Exploration Scientifique de la Méditerranée, started already in the 19th century and continued in Monaco. The Club of Rome with Aurelio Pecei, Pacem in Maribus with Elisabeth Van Borghese, Ekistics with Doxiadis, and I may list many. And this is why, on the establishment of UNEP in '72, the Mediterranean became the flagship and the flagship of the regional SEAS program. Now, talking about the UN system also before, we are talking in the Mediterranean about something half filled, half empty. I prefer to take the half filled because it is necessary, although we know the limits with the current sovereign state government-centered UN. We have in the Mediterranean a number of important bodies, like the Barcelona Convention for the Protection of the Mediterranean Sea, with 40 years already, with 7 protocols, with the Mediterranean Commission of Sustainable Development, where NGOs and civil society stands on an equal footing, almost. And this is something that even in moments of big stress and pressures among countries, nobody left the room. So this is an important, but the environment ministries are particularly weak, not only in the Mediterranean, throughout. So the reason why they are all together perhaps was because of the weakness. It was not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs there. You couldn't succeed the same. Now, we have, it was mentioned, the Union for the Mediterranean, the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, which evolved in Union for the Mediterranean. There were some very important environmental initiatives. One is the strategy, the water strategy. It was all set, and we disagreed and we stopped over 3 words. Occupied territories, about Palestine, or territories under occupation. And because of these 3 words, we stopped and we didn't have the signature. Now we are reviving that through an action plan. And at this very moment, there are discussions on that. This is linked also with many opportunities following the climate, the COP21 and the foreseen COP22 in Marrakesh. And the options there, particularly about huge projects of solar energy. This is in the future. The environment, to complete, the environment for the Mediterranean has played a very important unifying role. And we have to keep the focus to the environment should be kept also because, as we discussed already, there is a real challenge and a real problem, but also because it gives us a good common goal. So I think these two need to be viewed together, and philanthropy plays an important role here. Most of the initiatives around the Mediterranean are run by NGOs and civil society organizations. So I stop here. The education issue is the most important.
We'll come back to that, yeah, okay.
I want to say something for everybody to know, that we are discussing now, we have obtained the Mediterranean strategy of sustainable education for sustainable development, and ahead of us in December will be a ministerial meeting for hopefully, for the adoption of the action plan. Let me say on that how difficult it is, because they were trying to have it under the Union for the Mediterranean. And this was vetoed by one of the neighboring countries just because of the place of the meeting.
I recognize all these initiatives that are taking place, Michael, and I think quite important. At the same time, if you look at the intensity of the threats, the urgency of the issues, one could argue for processes like the Barcelona process that, over the last 20, 25 years, it's been more of a talk shop and less of concrete action. So, Bob?
So your question took me in a very different direction.
Please.
And I'll just briefly tell you where it was. The remarkable mosaic of topology, of landscapes, of cultures around the Mediterranean is a beautiful example of how the environmental characteristics and the cultural values shape what people do on the land with regard to producing food and fiber and other things that come from our crops and from our livestock. Fundamentally, agriculture is a place-based activity, and I would say that the mosaic of your question Yes, there's a Mediterranean diet. There's similarities around the area. You recognize, the influences of Lebanon or of Northern Africa or of southern or northern Greece or Italy or Spain. You find differences. They're noticeable to the traveler and to the experienced cook, but they also have this wonderful similarity, shared characteristics.
Identity. Yeah.
Identities. I would also say that many of us in the field of agriculture could be plopped down in a particular place that they didn't know before, and they could tell you by what's growing, the latitude or the altitude, which combination of both that you're at. They could probably tell you something about the annual or periodic precipitation levels. They could tell you something about solar incidents in the area. All of these things will be influenced by climate change, of course. But my point is that the mosaic lends itself to this landscape of diversity and of beauty that is also fundamentally productive. And so that's where your question about mosaic took me.
I'd like to move on to Samuel, please.
There is a paradox here, because we have been saying up to now that environmental problems in the Mediterranean are becoming more and more serious. Climate change is certainly to come. We hope that it will not be as heavy as expected, but it will be a factor. And we can see now already the results in the case of Cyprus, where desertification is starting. There, the country has made the choice of favoring tourism against agriculture, abandoning agricultural cultivations because water is not sufficient for tourism and golf courses. So while we are seeing a situation which is becoming more and more critical, the messages that come from Brussels are more and more negative. 25 years ago, the European Commission played a key role in the Mediterranean concerning favoring a number of activities that were strongly environmental. For example, the activity, the Mediterranean Wetlands Initiative, which started with the support, the strong support, not only financial, but also moral, of the European Commission. The last years, this support to the Mediterranean environment has been dwindling. And the messages that come from Brussels are negative, and they influence the attitude of many countries, because they are seeing that Brussels is not interested, so they consider that perhaps the problem is not as acute as it is felt. Yeah. So this is very negative, both environmentally, but also because, as Mike pointed out, collaboration on the environment of Mediterranean countries is a very strong way of building confidence and collaboration among them. And this, unfortunately, is also being shaken. So we have to understand why. It is not clear.
Yeah, I wanted to dwell on this for a while. This issue of environment in the political agenda, I think you're absolutely right, Simeo. We've seen in the last 2 or 3 years in Greece, but also in many other parts of the northern Mediterranean particularly, a clear sort of trend towards deregulation, environmental deregulation, a sidelining of what we call the sustainability agenda, and often the perception that the environment is an obstacle to development, or perhaps even a luxury item, or in some cases a finite resource that needs to be tapped to cover, to gain quick economic recovery. And we're certainly witnessing that in Greece over the last 2 or 3 years. So the question really is, can we afford to put these environmental challenges on hold while we deal with a lot of the other very important crises that this region is facing? Ruth?
No. I mean, the answer is clearly no. We cannot afford to do so, and I would put it in stronger sort of moral terms. We certainly ought not to do so. And there are some very compelling reasons why that's the case, and they actually connect up to some of the more immediate demands and claims that are being made on us from the standpoint of the suffering of people in the migrant crisis and otherwise. So let me try to take two pieces on this and do it quickly, because I know my colleagues have other things they want to add. The argument that is often put forward to defend why we ought to care about the environment and planetary health is an obligation to future generations. That we have an obligation to be concerned about the prospect of a decent life for the generations that come after us, and if we deplete the resources of the planet for our own purposes now, we will leave the children and the children of the children of the future without any way in which to have anything like the decent life that we think everyone is entitled to. The term that's often used is planetary boundaries. We're reaching the end of the boundary of the planet to provide for a decent living experience for human beings. And even if we eke through, or two generations after us eke through, what happens afterwards? One of the problems in the political space with the argument about obligations to future generations, which is a very important obligation and a very important argument, is that it is difficult to maintain empathy. People are just less disposed to be worried about the well-being of generations to come. And also, those generations to come are not currently voting or otherwise responding to governments today. So governments today and regional organizations and global organizations today have an immediate constituency and a concern about their own political futures. The people down the line are not going to determine their political fate. The people now are going to determine their political fate. And that is a serious obstacle to making that first argument work in geopolitical terms, or even in national terms. So that takes us to another set of arguments for why we cannot let the environment go, and that has to do with the connection between the health of the planet, the health of the environment, and climate change to current human well-being and current human suffering. So we can make this argument perhaps be a bit more persuasive, particularly in the political arena. First of all, we know that as the climate changes, particularly as it warms, we have real immediate health impacts that are negative, right? Air quality changes, and people have experienced more asthma and more respiratory diseases. Heat increases, and we have more heat-related deaths, heart attacks, strokes, heart disease, and so on. Infectious diseases increase because with warming of temperatures, infectious diseases have more opportunities to develop and spread, and more importantly, and we'll get back to this, with changes in the environment, we have changes in population, which we have talked about all morning. As populations concentrate in urban environments, sanitation, health-related services go down, healthcare services go down, particularly for migrant communities, but also for the communities that have to absorb the migrants. All of this means that the health of people today is very much affected by environmental changes. We also know that the economic well-being of people very much affected by the state of the environment. As people lose an opportunity for a livelihood because of desertification or drought, they become desperate. They move to places that can't absorb them. We have been talking about this all morning, right? And then we have potentially the prospect of serious conflict. We can discuss this later, armed conflict. And as was already discussed, war is perhaps, and military conflict, the single biggest near-term threat to the environment. So to put all of these things together, you can make a very compelling and empirically grounded argument why in the near term, okay, if we ignore the environment, we are in fact also ignoring the current human needs of people, and we're adding to human suffering, not only in future generations, which ought to count, but which we have trouble making a politically viable argument out of, but also for the people who are here today. And essentially, summing this up, if we don't recognize that environmental degradation and the mitigation of threats to the environment is not a root cause, right, of human suffering now and of political conflict now, we do that at our peril.
Ruth, you mentioned also before I pass on to you, Bob, you mentioned the time factor, I think, is very critical. This goes way beyond the 4-year election period or the 5 minutes somebody gets on the television, but also I think the currency with which we measure progress, the currency with which we measure happiness. Themio mentioned Brussels changing. Well, GDP is the only talk in town, Themio. So as long as we just look at that as a means of progress, I think that is certainly an obstacle. Bob?
2 quick points. One is, I don't know who it was, but I love the quote, "We didn't inherit the earth from our parents, we are loaning the earth from our children." We're borrowing the earth from our children, which I think is a mindset that is, just that switch in mindset would drive a lot of practical things that people can do even without governments and even without policy. And so I want to go to the point that you asked. Why would it be wrong to put off environmental values and conservation and steps to improve, reinvest in the environmental assets that agriculture depends on? Exactly because what farmers do is both utilize the land and the resources, but they also are fundamentally stewards of the land and those resources. In other words, they have a self-interest in maintenance, if not improvement. And if you have policies around the people who are doing agriculture in a society that de-emphasize or devalue the investment, then it's easy for them to make short-term decisions. Actually, in today's agriculture, a lot of the short-term decisions that good farm management would call for are things that also reduce costs. They happen to be things that, while costly, are damaging to the environment very often. 25% or less of urea and ammonia put on corn, maize in the Midwest of the US actually ends up in biomass. The rest of it is wasted. It ends up in doing bad things to the environment. There's no negative value attached to the cost.
Exactly.
So, I mean, there's a range of things that we should be doing every day that reinforce the quality of the environmental resource that agriculture depends on and forestry depends on and aesthetics depend on, that are simply decisions to do or not do something or to do this instead of that. So degrading the political environment around environmental quality and environmental reinvestment is a big, big mistake.
Big mistake. Marcini?
Well, I think that this high biodiversity in the area goes along with the cultural diversity, and this has increased a lot in our DNA, in our mentality has increased a lot, our flexibility, people that live around the Mediterranean, flexibility and adaptation. And this is something that we certainly shouldn't lose. But the issue is that going towards higher levels of hierarchy and decision making, it seems that people tend to lose their flexibility. They become more rigid and they tend to simplify things and cut things in pieces in order to manage them. However, this is quite far from the integration and the diversity and the complexity that the Mediterranean has. And it seems that we are losing a lot from what we have so far, either in culture or in the environment. And this does not only refer to governments or to people that work with finance, but also it is difficult also for conservationists to see that nature and management of nature shouldn't be treated alone and separation from community and economy. So I think that going towards holistic perspectives is easy to say, but it's very difficult to do it, especially at higher levels.
Especially when you turn it into a political decision-making process. Michael?
Actually, the most difficult problem in the region is its complexity, because we have different geometries, political geometries, and different priorities. I mean, if you take and see how much the Arab countries and the League of Arab States contributes to the funding of environmental solutions in the region, you find practically zero. Not because there is no money there, it's because of the priorities within the system. So in the Mediterranean, we have the complexity, we have the uncertainty, we have several other things, and particularly environmental policies and the civil society or environmental NGOs have to address the parallel realities we experience in the region. When I say parallel realities, I mean that I'm going from here to the European Environment Agency, where I represent the European Parliament. When we raise an issue there about the Mediterranean, there is at the same moment a country saying, yes, the Mediterranean is very important, but the Alpic region as well. Another group says, yes, the North Pole, at the very moment. So this is because of one reality within the EU and the fragmentation. The second thing is, we are talking about lack of data. At the same time, we have invested 80 billion in Copernicus, producing 280 million data in 12 hours. Nobody in the Mediterranean has the capacity to assimilate, use this, translate this into policies, and the poor NGOs have to run at all these levels to influence, lobby, with no resources, or very, very limited resources. So, one important issue is to support mechanisms of real governance that cut across these realities. And this, I mean, there are attempts. We have at the moment a small, relatively small program, the SWIM Horizon 2020, to capacitate countries. You know how many requests we had from the 8 countries of Maghreb and the Middle East? 600 requests of specific capacity building needs of these countries. We don't have the resources for that. And they pour money in other areas. When you come to the investment, the European Investment Bank finances major projects for clean up Europe. If they are less than 50 million, are not interested for them. 100 million more, yes, perhaps. So who is bridging the gap? The private sector, the private banks do not undertake that because of the high risk. So solutions are there, could be. Actually, we have to work on that. We have to work for real solutions. And philanthropy, again, could play an important role in bridging, actually, these gaps. And I don't know if we have another round or not. I have, at the end of the day, something, because it is, we are near the birthplace of Aristotle. And I want to say something on that. Perhaps I keep it.
Okay. Same thing, yes.
I wanted to introduce another aspect to this discussion, the question of values, because environment is certainly influenced by the values of each society. Let me give you an example. During 2015, Algeria, which is a rather poor Mediterranean country, declared 10 wetlands of international importance and designated. This shows that the country has some values concerning the environment. The same year, out of the 10 wetlands of international importance in Greece, 8 were in the black list of the convention as undergoing major and serious ecological decline. That shows perhaps that our society does not have positive values about the environment. So the question of values is very important. But somebody mentioned in the morning the Wahhabi faith, the Wahhabi Muslim faith. in some of the faiths concerning Islam, and the Wahhabis are one of them, nature does not have a sacred character. So they are not sensitive, particularly to saving nature or to looking at sites that have a sacred connotation. No, there cannot be any sacred Muslim sites. On the other hand, in Orthodoxy, due to the important initiative and leadership of the Ecumenical Patriarch, Orthodoxy has shown in the recent years a very great interest in nature conservation as part of the creation, and is quite sensitive to these questions. So we have to look a bit on the side of values and see what they mean.
Yeah, I agree very much, and I think it's important. The examples that you just gave are very good illustrations of a challenge around the environment. Whether or not there is a value to protect and promote the environment is not a universal one. Right? In the same way that, and we return to Aristotle, a commitment to promoting human flourishing is. Right? So one of the strategies, right, for gaining at the level of political discourse, right, common ground around what we would broadly understand to be environmental objectives is to link the environment to human well-being and to the reduction of human suffering, because there we will have more universal agreement around whether the environment itself is of intrinsic value, which my guess is many people in this room would agree, right? It is not a value that is as broadly accepted globally, or even within countries, among people, as the one that says we ought to prevent human suffering and we ought to promote human flourishing. So that argument tends to prevail more, including, for example, around the kinds of issues that Michael and Robert and Massini are talking about.
I want to allow just a bit more time for interaction with our friends, but before I open to the floor, I would like, just like the previous group, let's try and finish off with a bit of hope. I mean, I know the challenges are there, they're very important. All of the trends indicate that things might get worse before they start getting better. But at the same time, I think it is important that we look for optimism. We look for little oases where things are happening, and maybe things can be, those places and those efforts can actually be scaled up to something more substantial. So my main question to the panel is, where can we actually draw our optimism from right now? Massini, perhaps, again, I go to you because the particular case of Prespa, I think, is very interesting in how this actually worked.
I think there is no chance. There are no chances, but no hope. I mean, yes, we have to hope, we have to work, but we shouldn't be afraid of changes. We shouldn't be afraid of seeing things from another perspective. We shouldn't be afraid of stepping on new roads and new paths that we don't know, especially us who are acting at lower level. And if this will work with the societies, if this will become available and participate in the development of societies, then what best? But I can't understand how it can be otherwise. I mean, the only way to live is to hope.
The only way is up, yeah? Okay. Samuel?
As things become more and more difficult, I think that we can draw optimism from the fact that more and more people are becoming aware that there are only two choices. The one choice is to go ahead and face the problems and do creative things, and the other is to jump from the window.
Ruth, we were mentioning earlier on, and I was happy to hear it also from the previous group, the importance of youth.
So there's a part of me that is an optimist, even against the worst of background conditions, and we have some pretty awful background conditions. I would emphasize, and it's, I think, a theme that has come through this morning, and I think will come through in the program overall, that one, at least, source of hope for the topic of this panel and for the other issues that we are discussing today is with the young people globally, even in very divisive contexts, even in very hostile political environments. Helping young people come to discover for themselves the relationship between certain aspects of the environment, climate change in particular, but more broadly the environment, and how well or poorly people can live, whether people can have a decent life or not. And I think young people, I'm not giving up on the rest of us, but I do think that a lot of emphasis needs to be placed in helping young people understand the connections between food, water, energy, human well-being, and climate, and war and conflict, putting all those pieces together, and giving young people, very young people, children, concrete things to do, very concrete things to do that put them on a path that allows them, you know, there's an old saying, what I believe in is what I do, rather than what I do what I believe in. So the more we can get children and young people to be acting in a way that is going to give us little solutions, and I like very much what you were saying, Sina, about locally based solutions, at the same time that we don't give up on the large geopolitical ones. I think there is the hope there.
So I would just say that, that as part of the problem, agriculture presents all kinds of opportunities to address a smarter way to go forward. And I won't go through my ideas in detail. I'm happy to talk with
Give us an example.
folks. Well, I think, first of all, infusing education about environmental services, ecosystem services, environmental dependencies of agriculture in the training and education of future agriculturalists, really, really critical thing to do. That's going to mean, in some places, much more attention to the education of women than is the case in some places. I think for Greece and for the Mediterranean area, stabilizing family-based land ownership and producers, resisting through policy the temptations to go industrial. I mean, there are a lot of things that could be done. Let me just take a moment to tell the audience, and maybe a couple of the authors of this paper are in the audience. There's a very interesting paper just out, published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which shows from paleogenomic studies convincingly that Neolithic Aegeans spread agricultural knowledge by going to what is now Central and Western Europe. So not only did we learn about democracy here, but we also learned about agriculture from Greece and Anatolia. So my hope, my optimistic view is, once again, perhaps Greece and its people will lead the way to climate smart, locally based, added value, resilience reducing agriculture for a new generation, and will help us all avoid the abyss of industrialized agriculture, which we are, with increasing fuel and other serious costs and environmental degradations, discovering might not in the long term be worth the investment that we've made in it.
I might just add, while we're on agriculture, the marine side of things, the fisheries side of things. Again, the Med being a place of serious crisis of overfishing, but if we're looking at the hope and at the opportunity, if I would compare our job now to 15 or 20 years ago, I think there's a lot more interest coming from the fishers themselves about establishing marine protected areas, about managing, setting up co-management schemes, stock assessments, how that can actually link up to regional approaches such as the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean or the Commission, I think is a challenge, but on the ground we're seeing a very different situation from what we were seeing 10 or 15 years ago, and of course most of that is born out of the crisis itself. The people are actually realizing that the stocks have dwindled and something has to give. Michael?
I
think that the major opportunity and reason of optimism comes from the crisis. And both the water crisis and the energy crisis and the climate change. The Mediterranean could become the stronghold of renewable energies. And this will change altogether the picture and the role of the Mediterranean in Europe and the world. But this requires vision and also at the same time support. There are some mega projects that are discussed. We have to be careful because, you know, there are many vested interests there, but this is a real opportunity for the region. This alone is not enough. We need to use the multiple islands of sustainability in the region. And I can tell you that in all countries of the South I have visited very recently, I see improvements in the local environment. We have, you know, a distance from what is happening in the countries. Even in countries that have just recovered from the Arab Spring, you see these efforts. I'm not saying that they are great, I'm not saying that everywhere, but it's not a gloomy picture. It is a positive effort. So I think we need to try and reorient the attention to small and big at the same time and keep going. I mean, the situation, perhaps we have been influenced by the crisis in Greece and we see everything very gloomy, but in fact the situation is challenging with many opportunities.
Well, the example of Greece on energy is not an example that we would like to follow, but then other countries that have been in a crisis like Portugal have moved towards renewables and have not insisted on coal, for example, that we tend to have an obsession with.
This is an international obligation.
Responsibility.
Please, let's open to the floor. Could we have a microphone, please?
It's coming.
I like to take another angle, that there is a lot of guilt for the human being, and we are putting all the blame to the change of environment, which is negative effects. I'm going to give two examples which are facts. The first one is that, regarding agriculture, you know that oil now has been produced by using crops. And if you follow up the use of this, I forgot the name of the oil, always I forgot it, it has a certain name, you know.
Biodiesel. Biofuels.
Biofuels. If you just follow up the increase in agriculture and crops used by producing this biofuel, as compared to those which has been supplied to the individuals for food, which should be the usual case, you'll find it has increased significantly much more than it is for the food. Therefore, if you want to continue the analysis, then this means that population increases, the food supply is falling, and this is because you are producing, are using your mind and technology, you as a human being, you know, to produce biofuels, although there are other sources of energy which you just shut your eyes on it, like the sun energy, for example. Like, you know, the energy, the fuel, the technology for producing oil from the rocks under the sea. Yeah. Now it is improving, but it is improving slowly, not like the crops one. Therefore, this is one example that there is, I mean, human beings have to be blamed. I mean, they have to change their view and work more on the sun energy, more or less they try to leave this crop. The second example regarding water. You know, as you know, the Mediterranean area are really poor on water. But look at that. You know, the Blue Nile which our Nile, you know, in Egypt, I'm from Egypt, you know, getting more than 80% of the rain, which is supposed to fall in the Blue Nile, more than 80% of the rains are wasted in the ground. And human beings are looking at that and just take it as given, you know. And here we'll find that the African countries and the Mediterranean, Egypt are quarreling with the Ethiopia and Sudan, etc. for the world. I believe this should happen. This is mostly happening in other areas, you know, in the world. But because this is the area which I have worked in, and I have documented it, you know, and leaving all that water and say, sorry, we are poor in water, you know, and all this amount of water wasted, you know, it's very bad. Well, is there technology? You know, in one of the visits to the US, I have asked, I'm an economist, therefore I'm not in technology. I have asked some of colleagues, is there a technology? They say, yes, we have come to technology, but it's too expensive to be applied. That's what I want to say. Therefore, optimism is there if we act rightly as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
My thanks to the panel for an absolutely fascinating exposition of the challenges to sustainability. My name's Adam Leach. I'm from YCAR International. We work with YMCAs and young people around the world. In the pursuit of establishing common ground, and I think the discussion about hope is both inspiring and helpful, I wanted to make a comment on what Ruth said about current human well-being and health. I think the issue goes beyond just the interests of us all to the interests of young people in particular. I think we're talking about currently massive inequality and the distribution of wealth such that there are large numbers of citizens in poorer countries who are excluded from opportunity altogether. So it seems to me that it's important, and this is not a contradiction or a criticism, it's more affirmation, that we need to see the political choice in this issue. It's not just that young people have rights and entitlements, they must be affirmed and encouraged and supported. I think it's sort of related to that, it's really important in this discussion about the crisis in the Mediterranean, and knowing how serious that is in the Middle East, in particular in North Africa, that we don't over-focus on the problems here. I think the spirit of the conversation today has been expansive and creative, and I think it's really important to remember that other parts of the world suffer too and will continue to do so, and will continue to drive the problems in the Mediterranean. So the other comment I just wanted to make is that I think that in this discourse about sort of deeper and further and wider and outer, we also need to remember the long term and the importance of how the philanthropy interests can help civil society to sustain solutions and bridge gaps and maintain attention to these kinds of problems.
Thank you.
You want to comment? Or
would you like to comment on that?
I was going to affirm your comment, actually, and say how much I agree with what you've said, and to use this as a moment to make a point I didn't have the time to previously, which is we need to recognize, it is broadly recognized, that when there are crises and when there are impending terrible scenarios in the context of the environment and the climate change concerns. Mind you, I come from a country where major politicians deny that climate change exists, so I have to...
That's a crisis.
That's a crisis of a different sort. That's an altogether different crisis. Imagine what that is like. But that it is almost always the case that the world's most disadvantaged countries and the world's most disadvantaged peoples in countries, even more prosperous countries, suffer the most and suffer first. So that when we are concerned about the least advantaged people, the people who are struggling the most, their concerns are very central to discussions about the environment and climate change and agriculture. It's terribly important. Huge, when we tend not to focus, for example, on rural poverty, but rural poverty is one of the major locations for some of the worst ways in which people live currently. as people will move into cities, right? Because there are opportunities to make a living in the rural environment becomes constrained because of environmental and other challenges, assuming we aren't successful with climate-smart agriculture in the way that we hope. The conditions of the world's urban poor are only going to get worse in terms of numbers and in terms of the absolute degradation of their lives. So it's all intertwined.
Oh, sorry. And then I'll take you as a final question. Please?
No.
No.
Oh.
Hello? Yes?
Yes,
okay.
perfect.
Thank you. I'm Rosario Sapienza. I'm from the network of the Impact Hub. And I'm very, very happy about this panel. I think is a very interesting one. And I see also a lot of common points with the previous one. I think at the end of the day, we have to change our mindset, as in the previous panel. For instance, we need a new narrative. When you stress about the need of switching from problem to opportunities, I think this is a very important point, and I'm very happy you mentioned that. And I think also that we need, especially for the environment, a mid-long-term perspective. And we need also a translocal or transborder considerations. And I think these three facts bring us to the realistic conclusion that governments, states, institutions are not the best stakeholders to do that. We need other bodies to step in. And I'm happy to see that in the panel everybody mentioned philanthropy as one of the possible solutions for fully filling the gaps. Probably philanthropy also in terms of private sector, in terms of civil society, in terms of citizen, young citizen, and a vast community of practice as we are. And I think for the environment, even more than for the refugees, we have an agenda. What is the right things to do is somehow established, is technically feasible, and is understandable, and we can converge into solution. So what we need is actually the role of who is going to fulfill the gap. So I would like the panelists here a step further, try to tell what philanthropy and what the civil society can do in practice, probably linking local rooted people that already do things into the territory, especially into the borders, with a globally connected community. And I would like you to comment on that, if it's possible.
Well, I'll open it up to the panel, but maybe if I could just take a minute myself, because you mentioned the role of civil society, maybe if we just look at the example of climate change and the good agreement that we had, the good result that we had in Paris at the previous COP. Now that, I think, is an example where civil society obviously played a role at many different levels in creating the pressure with global climate marches throughout the world and in making things work on the ground. I think the private sector also had a very important role in coming forward and saying, yes, the energy future that we are thinking about is not an energy future based on fossil fuels, but it's actually linked to renewables and energy efficiency. But at the end of the day, however way you cut it, it's a political process. And you require the governments to take that decision and to show that leadership. Sure, there's a role for civil society in making that happen. Sure, there's a role for philanthropy in making that happen. But I think let's not ignore that critical role and responsibility of governments in taking things forward. But please.
So a term that I don't think we've used this morning, and it's unusual for it not to be, is entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. To your point, to several others about education, if there was not a better time for entrepreneurship than today in all kinds of areas, including the creative side, the technical side, the philosophical side, I don't know from my studies of history what time that was. The opportunities are just enormous, and a lot of simple changes made by people who have the power to make those changes, just in what they do, or what they ask for, or what they demand in the marketplace. Together, collectively, these forms of entrepreneurship can be very, very powerful in changing society. And I think this area, there's the saying, don't let a crisis go to waste. Well, let's not let this one get away from us.
Well said. Michael?
I think philanthropy, you raised it, you explained it very well, Dimitris. Philanthropy or the civil society cannot and should not take the role of the government. The government should be strengthened through the activities of the civil society, of NGOs, and they have to take the responsibilities. What is important for philanthropy? Philanthropy is part of the civil society. And what is very important is actually for philanthropy to help and strengthen the institutions within the civil society. The NGOs that have no resources. Actually, the Niarchos Foundation is doing that already very well. But there is more need for that. There is more need because there are no other resources for the different organizations that play this role at different layers, levels, and having different tools. So personally, I see the need to have priorities within the civil society menu of activities that have to be supported by philanthropy. And let me say one more thing. Civil society and organizations have multiple roles all the time. I take the issue raised before about water. I didn't mention the non-conventional water resources. Non-conventional meaning the gray water, the clean, is an enormous source. It is not only a technical issue. In many of the countries of the region, there is a taboo, cultural or religious taboo in using this water. Who is going to help the entrepreneurs or the government in order to introduce this, if not the civil society and NGOs? So there are many layers.
Let's take one final question. I think it was a lady back there. Sorry, we just, I can hear the stomachs bubbling all over the place waiting for lunch. Maybe we can continue outside. Please.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation by all panelists. I'm Athena Linos. I'm Greek and I'm talking as a representative of the Athens Medical School and not prolepsis. From what I understand, there is no harmonization on environmental law in the Mediterranean countries. And of course, the northern Mediterranean countries follow the European law and get all the directives approved, whereas the southern act differently. The other problem that I can see is that in even northern Mediterranean countries, the emphasis, because it's the interest of the northern European countries, is placed on environmental protection, mainly on air pollution and ground pollution, whereas there are no legal initiatives concerning water pollution, and we are sharing the Mediterranean as a total. So I was wondering, how can civil society or philanthropy advocate changes in the interests of all Mediterranean countries regarding harmonization of environmental law and putting emphasis on water pollution law?
There is law. I mean, we have to make sure that everybody understands. In the non-European Mediterranean countries, there is legislation. There is a lot of legislation, national legislation, most of which is compatible with the European, and we have 7 protocols under the Barcelona Convention and several other pieces of legislation. The lack of implementation and enforcement is the issue. And of course there are also some questions in few standards. But the key problem is with the enforcement of the legislation and the lack of control mechanisms.
Thank you. I think we'll wrap up there because we've already run over time. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to the panelists.